Okay, it's time for workout number 1. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stay focused.
He's on. Right here. He's on. Hey, don't even look at him, dog. He's on that sick one.
I don't give a fuck if they call me a torta, a motherfucking bean and cheese taco, a number 5 supersize, the motherfucking fries. I'ma wear what I want.
When we do the buenos dias, dispensa la tira coming hot like a weed lot. Working out every day cause it's mandatory. Got your bitch putting.
That's right, that's right. You know what time it is, Saturday night edition. We're gonna get to cooking, talking about everything boxing, right? Not a lot of boxing. It's Saturday night. Where's the boxing? See, boxing does itself no favors, man. We want to watch fights, and there's no fights, so let's talk our shit, man. Having fun. You know what it is. Salute, Abel. That's right, that's right. Glad you guys can make it. You know, since there's no boxing, let's talk about some boxing, right? So, Saturday night, all the news is rolling in, and if you've seen the thumbnail, you know what the what the conversation is about, right? So in the news and the headlines, we have Sad Foods Boxing Edition. Number 1, the men on the docket, David Benevidez and Devin Haney. So as you guys have heard, unless you're living under a rock, why are you calling us animals? Nobody called you an animal, homeboy. Deshaun, if the shoe fits, then wear it, right? You know what separates us from the animals is not much for everybody, but if there is a thing, it's thinking, right? And that's why we're talking about boxing, right? A lot of people don't like boxing. They think it's savage, they think it's brutal, and we're sick, so we love it, right? Sad Foods Boxing Edition. Number 1, David Benevidez, Sad Foods Saturday. David Benevidez, Devin Haney in the headlines. As we know, Devin Haney, yes, salute BDA, a real one. I'm gonna cook for just a little bit, and then I'm gonna open it up, right? Salute BDA, he has a new video out breaking down Better Beef and B-Ball. Go like, subscribe. I believe it is actually a new channel. Well, an old new channel that he's bringing back to life. BDA Clips. Go like, subscribe, watch Better Be a B-Ball. I'm talking my shit today because we don't have any boxing. Last night, right, in the news, we're going to recap the fights. Then we're going to get to Asian Sensation Saturday, right? We have our feature babe of the day. So recap, last night it was salute BDA. Yes, salute BDA. Last night were some fights, right? It was Michaela Mayer in the main event versus Sandy Ryan, and comedy, a lot of comedy going on. It was, I guess, Paint Gate. Sandy Ryan had paint thrown on her. Who cares? I mean, they made it. Brother Ram Ranch, Frankie Howdy Patna. Okay, from the Midwest, huh? Did y'all receive my friend's emails? His name is okay. Yeah, man, we got him. Wasn't entertaining, but you know what, man? As long as you like, subscribe, you know, hey, like, subscribe, you know, help support the brother Frank Bay, right? Doing his thing, right? Hit the Cash App one time if you feel the need, right? So we can grow. Saturday night edition. Usually there would be fights on, but since there's no fights, we're gonna talk our shit, like I said. So in the news, Devin Haney, David Benevidez. Also the fights last night, right? There were some fights last night. It was women's fights. Let me ask you guys something. Did you guys care about the fights? Did you guys care any ounce of your soul being on a Friday night? Did you guys care about Michaela Mayer? I'm gonna say this. You know what? It was such a. Anybody else thoughts on Shushu? I'm gonna get to that. That's actually the biggest point of the show. Well, the recap. So, boxing recap: Michaela Mayer in action versus Sandy Ryan, and who gives a fuck? I mean, they were trying to hype it up so much. They made like a half an hour expose on Sandy Ryan. Somebody threw paint on her. It's like, who cares enough about a woman's title fight where there's no knockouts, right? Who cares enough to go sabotage that? I really wonder, you know, I mean, I guess it's a criminal act. it's a criminal act, and you know, all these virtual signalers, Mark Kriegel and his Barrera, Morales, Sandy Ryan is on that level. What the fuck is this guy talking about? This is why I like to do it, because it's like the Kriegels. And then I think a Cuck Media member, Benson, was saying, we need to get down to the bottom of this. There has to be cameras and there's witnesses. Let's get it all together and find out who did this dastardly deed. You know how they talk, dastardly deed. How dare he? White outrage. Salute my white brothers, right? But it's like, you know, come on, man. I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's like somebody said, it's like getting hit with the paintball. I mean, that would have been worse. I mean, she got hit with a can of paint. Okay, move on. You know, move on. Like, big deal. But you know, Kriegel was they were trying to play the violin, the sad music in the background. He was like, Sandy, so are you ready for this? It was just cringe, super cringe. And is women's boxing that bad, or do they have to? What do they have to do? Should revive his boxing equipment channel. BDA has boxing equipment. Go buy some BDA gloves. I did not know that. Get a tank top, get some shorts, get some socks, get your gear on, and hit the boxing gym. And you know, I think BDA has a good scheme going there with the colors and the merchandise. You know, I'm trying to look for a logo. You know, he has a good logo. What up, Frank? What up, brothers? Thank you for rolling in. Hit the like. I'm gonna drop the link, but I'm gonna cook on this. So yeah, and the fight itself was good. I ain't gonna lie, but it was kind of a letdown. I mean, I'm watching Poo Poo Carrington. I'm watching Poo Poo fight like a bitch. Look, man. I mean, people say, "Oh, you shouldn't talk about fighters," and they're fighters. Well, then fucking fight, motherfucker. What an awful, stinking fucking fight. What a disgusting, pathetic display of boxing. This guy's supposed to be on the level, and I had some clown in the chat tell me, you're being too hard on him. You're being too hard on him. Motherfucker, fight. That's what I'm watching for. But back to Michaela, you know, as I'm watching Poo Poo, salute Bones. Yes, as I'm watching Poo Poo, right? And then the Xander fight came up. And I'm like, man, what a buzzkill! Like Michaela Mayer in the main event, but salute to the chicks. The chicks, you know what's crazy? The chicks fought better than the brothers. You know, Sagaba was an African, but the brothers came in and did what they did. They killed the action, hug and hold, and it's a sweet science, man. You know how? And Tim Bradley, it's a chess match. Kriegel, yeah, this is a chess match. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Stop trying to, you know, spread propaganda, dude. Stop trying to convince me it's a chess match and I don't know what I'm watching. And that clown in the chat, he tried to say the same thing. He tried to conclude that I said it was a shitty fight and that I shouldn't judge Shushu. Yeah. Salute Mexican boxing #1. The African was robbed. Yeah. Well, you know what? And they try to convince me because he took the last round off that's the reason he lost. Well, but the score did not reflect that. Power slap is more entertaining than crib fighting. Yeah, you know what, man? I mean, look, they try to convince me it was a chess match and I don't know what I'm watching and you have to appreciate it. No, I don't have to appreciate shit, motherfucker. And don't tell me that I don't know what I'm watching when I'm watching Poo Poo throw about 50 missed shots because he got clocked in the second round and didn't want to let his hands go anymore. They hype this guy like he's calling out a Nui and he's next and you know, it's like, bro, stop trying to convince me of what I know to be true. It was a shitty fight. The girls fought better than them. And then we had biased narrators that was schooling. Exactly. I mean, both the brothers didn't do shit. I mean, Sagawa, he lacks skills. You can see it. He like slaps, saluting out the door. Thank you. He slaps with his paws. I mean, he's not very skilled. And you're trying to tell me this guy Shushu is next, future pound for pound, yada yada yada, and all the above. And no, it was a shitty performance, shitty fight, and I didn't appreciate it. So you know what? I don't think he's that good. I think Shushu was exposed as being a fraud. Look, man, when Saga was a journeyman and you look like that. So then we get to Xander Zayas, right? Xander Zayas was in the ring with a typical come forward Mexican. not very skilled. Basically, he was in the ring with a punching bag with the Mexican flag on. And I hate when they try to do this. It's like they'll feed these Puerto Rican guys a lot of Mexicans because it's like, oh, he's beating Mexicans. They're trying to manufacture the rivalry. But it's like they put the worst Mexicans in there. They get the D League Mexicans, man. Like, come on. There's better Mexicans out there. There's Jesus Ramos out there. There's better Mexicans. But they want to make it seem like Xander's in dangerous. Oh, he's in with the dangerous Mexican. No, he's in with the fucking punching bag. Stop the cat. And Xander, yeah, he looked okay, but look, man, in a box, I didn't learn anything. I didn't find out anything. I mean, he puts together punches well. He looks the part, but look, we know he lacked power, and he was in with a lesser fighter. It's like it was a step down fight. So to me, it tells me that, what do you really believe? Put Mono, and now he's calling out Virgil Ortiz. Look, Xander is not on that level. He's not ready. Even Tim Bradley was like, pump the brakes on Virgil. On Xander Zayas. Look, Virgil proved what he had to do. Now, whether you think he won or lost the fight really is not the question, but he proved he belongs in the big leagues. Virgil is in the big leagues. Xander Zayas is still in the minor leagues. But what I don't like is they put the Mexican in there to get beat up, and he don't even get beat up. He's hanging. But they try to crown these guys, these Carringtons and these Zayases, and oh, look, he's in with a tough Mexican. No, he's not. That's not a tough Mexican. That's a punching bag with Mexican shorts on. I'm tired of it. ESPN, The Zone, they try to con us with these Mexican fighters, Mexican style. Like, it's very offensive to me. There are good Mexican fighters, but stop trying to feed them the D League Mexicans and telling us, yeah, these brothers and these Puerto Ricans are all that because they're beating Mexicans or whatnot. At Frank Bay, we don't fall for that bullshit, for the shit they try to tell us, And Krigo, disrespectful to Mexican boxing, Mexican fighters, not even just Mexican boxing, but boxing period. When you have legends like Eric Morales Barrera, and he tried to compare Sandy Bryan and Michaela Mayer to Barrera Morales. Bro, we need I'm gonna write a letter. Let's be some Karens. What's the Mexican equivalent of a Karen? Somebody get a Rosa. Let's get some. So we need to write ESPN and tell them that it's offensive. Don't offend us with two white girls, let alone two white girls, trying to compare them to Barrera Morales. We need to get them to write some letters. They have the narrators and judging refs and home field advantage. No wonder it's hard to beat them. That's why the Mexicans best win against all that. Every once in a while a Venado or a Lara, they go over there and beat these motherfuckers. But they look, man. I mean, it's fun, but I don't like how they try to build every other fighter off the back of a tough Mexican. That seems to be the recipe and formula in boxing. And over at Frame Day, I'm just calling it out. I'm just saying what it is. And then when a Mexican or even Eastern European fighters, they, that's what they said about Inouye. Oh, he has to fight a slick fighter, man. He has to fight an American fighter, man. Slick, man. It's like, no. Give me action fights. Give me guys that are coming to fight, and I'm gonna appreciate. Salute to HLD, and no disrespect to Boricuas. You know what I'm saying? I like the Berlanga fight. I'm just saying that I know the recipe. And I don't appreciate when our D League is in there and they try to convince me that it's a tough matchup. So those fights were ho-hum. They were ho-hum fights. And then we had the Thriller and Manila, right? The Thriller and Vanillas with the two white girls bang it out. Now, I don't know who you guys thought won. I could have seen it a draw. They were both exchanging. But they gave Michaela the win on home turf. And then there was Paint Gate. So decent fights, and then we have to wait to better be a V-ball. So, thank you everybody rolling in. So now that we've passed the YouTube YouTube guidelines, we have to observe. I'm gonna do the segment, the segment that we got, man. Baddie of the day. It's Asian Sensation Saturday. So if you guys could just appreciate, bear with me, hit the like. We're gonna play Smash or Pass.
And now we're ready for Smash or Pass.
Hey, baby! You got girlfriend? Well, baby, me so horny. Me so horny.
All right, Asian Sensation Wednesday coming up. I mean, Asian Sensation Saturday, right? And no disrespect, salute to the brother, but we have salute Rachel Donaire. Rachel Donaire is baddie of the day. As we know, she's married to Nonito Donaire, right? But I want to play the game, right? Smash, pass, or wife up, right? Is she wifey material? So let's do a little. All right. Let's see what the fellas say. What did the fellas say? Rachel is freaky. I'm wifey. It's a wifey. Okay, we got some wifeys. BDA just has a laugh emoji. Batman laugh emoji. Yeah. Salute Rachel Donaire, Asian Sensation of the day. Friend base, salute you for looking fly. Right? Everybody knows she goes to boxing channels and she talks boxing. They know what they're talking about. Come on, J Rocks. Be polite, man. Should be a gentleman, all right? Average. Wow. Not a lot of Rachel fans here, huh? Okay, well, I tried. I tried, I tried. I guess you guys didn't like Rachel in there. Is it the Asian? You guys prefer white girl Wednesday? I mean, what's going on? You like the sisters, you like torta. You know what it is? It's Torta Tuesday. That's what the homies said they want. I think they want Torta Tuesdays, Torta Thursdays. I think they just like the tortas, huh? Is that the cup of tea? Fuck no. Okay. We got a little disagreements, but back to boxing. All right. I'm gonna cook for a little bit, and again, I'm gonna open up the chat. Hit the link, hit the like, brothers. Sad Foods Boxing Edition. Let's start with Devin Haney. Devin Haney is in the news. I'm going to share with Bill Haney. They filed a lawsuit, right? In case you didn't know, Bill Haney is in the news. So let's check it out. Let's see what this ugly mofo, as Ryan's dad appreciatedly called him. He called him a nappy head. I don't know if you guys remember, and it was a big deal. He called him a nappy head, and it was very racially charged. People did not appreciate it. I myself did not find it offensive, but apparently it seems like if you don't agree with Bill Haney, you're racist. That seems to be the consensus. That is the all around opinion of a certain demographic. They believe that if you don't agree with what Bill Haney and the Haneys are doing, that you're racist. All right, so let me get myself situated here. I need to pull this down. We have this ugly mofo himself, and let's hear what this ugly mofo has to say.
Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotions were awarded $1 million for damages.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Trying to salute Fight Hype, free use.
One question, Devin Haney, and stepping up and allowing us to do our job with Devin Haney Promotions and sue the entire outfit. So with that saying, the suit stands and Hall of Fame promoter Bob Arum. I'm ashamed that you as an attorney also.
Okay, so he's calling out Bob Arum. You guys can go check it out. I don't want to play it too long. You know how they are, but you get the gist of it. He's justifying this this call out. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, you didn't get to hear it? Okay. Let me lower my my music. Apparently, I need to pause my music. Yeah, I'm just being careful, man. I'm just being careful, right? Fair use. Let's see. He's calling out
for the fight, Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia on April the 20th. I asked one question is why would Oscar De La Hoya and
it's very serious
Golden Boy Promotions receive me?
Shut up,
We're
Bill.
thankful to Devin Haney and stepping up and allowing us to do our job with Devin Haney Promotions and sue the entire outfit. So with that,
And you know,
I'm
Bob Arum
ashamed
is
that you
it's
as
such
an
a
attorney
target for
also
all these
would
guys.
advise that fighters don't sue. I mean, haven't you been sued before? Marvin Hagler,
Once
Terrence
again,
Crawford.
Bob Arum is the brother's punching bag. For some reason, you know, they just always cry about Bob Arum. He's the biggest racist in all of boxing, right? So did you guys hear that? Uh, di- didn't Haney assault Ryan when he face punched him in New York? HLD says Bill was talking about Henry's man unit wig, so that he called him a nappy head. I remember it was funny. It was funny. This Muppet is an informant. He's definitely gross. I mean, come on, get a haircut, Bill. And again, guys, it's entertainment purposes. We are just having fun. Like I said, not a lot of boxing, so we're just talking our shit. But I want to know what the people think. BDA always does. I think BDA is an attorney, or he works for an attorney. He says things, but he makes it. Can the victims of Bill Haney's drug dealing sue him for damages? Fair play, right? Look, man, when you take to social media, when you take to the airwaves, you are open up to what is this? What is the saying? When you point a finger, three are pointed back at you. Isn't that the saying? And so, you know, he's taking a beating on social media, right? He's taking a massive hit. So Tank Davis says, and I'm quoting, okay? Don't cancel Frank Bay. This is Tank Davis saying, "Who raised this fuck NGGA?" And Tank Davis says, "This nigga really is the police." Now we all know where Haney fans get it from. And I guess apparently these are text messages that he's posting. And it says, this is Devin Haney. I don't know if it's DAZN or Ryan, but he's telling someone, "I'm going to get you banned on here if you keep posting about me. Expect call from my lawyer. Delete they pics now, please. Come on, bruh. Not cool." Wow. And again, this is the same text. Somebody called Boxing Enthusiast on Twitter says Devin Haney sinks to new lows daily, and it's the same. I'm gonna get you banned. So you know, Devin Haney is not a believer in free speech. Justice for the Edgar at the Mex. Yes, I have it. And this is what a hypocrite, right? This man. This is what he does in his spare time, right? This is what he does. I see 5 black fists hit 1 white face. That's what I see. That looks like more than assault. That looks like, you know, that they were jumping the guy. That is Devin Haney taking shots. And this guy's actually assaulting people, and he's sitting here crying. He has the nerve to sit and talk about suing Ryan Garcia. So one of the points, one of the things, you know, that is funny about guys like Devin Haney, right? And we just could see him. Haney sues Garcia for battery, fraud, and breach of contract. Devin Haney filed a lawsuit against Ryan Garcia on Friday in New York seeking damages for battery, fraud, breach of contract connection with Garcia doping. All right. So you have Bill Haney, right? Bill Haney claims to be a street guy. As BDA said, he's like some street dude, right? Yeah, I don't know if he was a dope dealer or people. Ryan has said that he was selling ass, right? He was getting girls to sell their ass. I allegedly, well, I think he did federal time. So a lot of people recognize Bill Haney as a street motherfucker, right? That's how they say it. He's street nigga, right? That's what they call him. And you know, he argued Floyd Mayweather, and they talk like that, right? Their vernacular, the way they talk to each other like that, right? Like, I'm a real nigga, you know, I'm real street, you ain't shit. You know, it's in that culture, it's very how would you say, we, you know, in our culture it's like machismo, and theirs is bravado, right? A lot of bravado, a lot of bling bling, and you know, I fucked your bitch, you know what I'm saying, and you ain't shit, you ain't a real nigga, you know, look, we're just being honest here. It's just honesty. Status symbol. Yeah, yeah. It's like, who's the top dog, who's the king of the hill, the lion in those arenas, right? That's why rap concerts are dangerous to go to. They get shot up. You go to a house party, they get shot up. Look, man, you know what you're getting yourself into when you're around these type of people, right? And you see them act like that at a carnival, a fair of all places, right? We've been down this road, but in that culture, in that arena, they talk about keeping it real. And one of the codes, right? One of the codes, one of the tenets of that culture is no snitching. Like, very big on no snitching. So you're doing dirt, you're selling dope, you're pimping hoes, you're running with people with gats and burners and blicks. And people always talking about pull up and I'm gonna knock you down, and you know what I'm saying. It's all in the music. It's in in the media. Look good, looks Instagram, Facebook. The music. All these like symbols. They're going to the ring with rappers and they're rapping about things like that, and it's entertainment. I listen. It's entertainment. It's entertainment. But one of the codes, one of the tenets is no snitching. That's like number one. It's the code, no snitching, right? And as soon as you snitch, you're a rat. You're a raton, And now Bill Haney, the tough street guy, right? Devin Haney is pointing the finger. They're going the legal route to try to seek damages against Ryan Garcia. Okay. So that's where we're at, man. And as you see, he's taking a beating in the media. It's not looking good. It's not a good look. And I've listened to a couple, they're African American, they're brothers. They're talking about Devin Haney and what he's doing, and they agree with it. They are saying that Ryan Garcia cheated, and at first they were saying he should be arrested and he should be charged and he should go to jail or whatever. That was assault. They were making 6 hour. It was about a 3 to 4 month news cycle, and they were making endless lives, talking about everything. He should be banned for life. Make an example of him, and this is unprecedented. Boxing heads, they're like, just rematch him. It's happened before. Oscar De La Hoya fought a guy named Fernando Vargas, and he got caught cheating, and Oscar just knocked him out. Mosley fought De La Hoya, and apparently he was on steroids. Holyfield, there's a long list of fighters that have been caught cheating, and they've allowed back, and the other fighter did not pursue legal ramifications. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things because at the bottom of it, it seems like that they're all cheating. And that's what I've heard argued too, is that, one of the reasons probably everybody's cheating. At the top of the game, they're all probably doing performance enhancing drugs. So you're going to open a very big can of worms. I also seen on social media, people were pointing out that Floyd Mayweather had been a known cheater. And he is a known cheater. He wasn't necessarily busted for PEDs, but he was busted for using illegal IVs, which he got an exemption, but at one point there was no exemption and he was doing it illegally. And some people said, well, that's just an IV, it's just saline solution. Well, yeah, but that's to flush out your system, right? In case you were to be tested. So breaking down, and the whole Ryan Garcia saga was endless, and people going back and forth and arguing. And, a lot of people supported Ryan Garcia. A lot of people thought it was fishy that Ryan Garcia did not cheat. Now, if you want my personal opinion, I think Ryan Garcia did not cheat. If you use science, if you want to use science, right? Critical thinking and logic, he was busted the last day. So he tested clean for the entirety of the time that he was being tested. So he was a clean fighter. And then he pops on the last day, which was, suspect. And he was popped by people say, and again, this is all HLD, the brother, looked him up on Twitter. He was in the chat. He did an expose. He was covering this. He knows a lot of information. We actually had a live about it. But Davina Hanke works with Bill Conte, a no cheater, a person who has bragged about that he can beat any test. I mean, he literally bragged about it, has made documentaries, has been on numerous podcasts, and just gloating about how easy it is to beat the system. Right? They spend tens of thousands of dollars for snack. Okay, now some of their fighters, I believe, have been popped. Now, maybe not while on snack, but having worked with Conte, and then maybe they didn't get busted at the time they were actually working with him. But there's a trail. Let's just say that there's a trail that could lead back to all the snack fighters, but more so in boxing. Period. That they're all doing performance enhancing drugs. They talk about Canelo and his clenbuterol, and that's never going to go away, right? We just have to accept that Canelo and clenbuterol is never going to go away. But the facts remain, he was exonerated. Same with Ryan Garcia. The facts support that it was a tainted supplement. That what Ryan Garcia did was like 1/6 of a billionth of a gram of ostarine in his system, right? That it was from a supplement. And I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. Hit the like. But this is just a sad fool. Devin Haney going the lawyer route probably kills a rematch, because Ryan Garcia, he's the money man. Even when Ryan Garcia comes back, he's going to be the money man. He is. Nobody cares. You cannot erase what we've seen Devin Haney. You cannot erase the ass beating you took. No amount of your fanboys can get on here and cry, because that's what you're doing, is crying. I can't beat you. That's what you're saying. Every other fighter in boxing history has gotten their payback, unless they weren't confident, right? Because if you really believed it was cheating that lost you the fight, you would fight him. You would go back and kick his ass, because that's how confident you are. Even a person they bastardized and was actually never proven, Margarito, aka Margachito, Cotto went and got his get back. Did Cotto sit and cry and they demonized Margarito, but he said, I felt he was cheating, so I'm gonna run it back. He ran it back and won. And it was also Margarito didn't face any punitive damages, because they didn't see enough to warrant him cheating. All it is speculation. Salute Alonzo, amazing. Thank you. Yes, hit the like. So what we have here is a man afraid. He is terrified. He is afraid of Ryan Garcia. This reeks of fear. Because as we see in their culture, in the street culture, they always talk about no snitching, right? No snitching, man. No snitching, man. Teofimo Sr. says Ryan destroyed Devin Haney's image. And image is a big word, right? In the likeness, in the image of. When you think of an image, you think of a picture, right? A lot of people are confused, right? In the image of. But what image actually means is speaks to the character, the personification of what you are. So what is the image you have of Frank Bay, right? I get accused of a lot of things. And I'm okay with that. I'm here speaking, so I know if I point finger, I make fun, I poke fun, I can expect feedback. You just kind of have to take it, right? Kind of got to pay the price for what you want in life. But the image, Teofimo hits it, the nail on the head. He knocks it out the park. The image of Devin Haney will always be shit in his pants, ass up, face down. And why? Because they were talking the most shit. His whole "I'll never lose to a white boy." They want to erase that from social media. I'll never lose to a white boy. This is Devin Haney. This is Bill Haney saying we want to kill Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is a C-level fighter. Mad shit. Mad shit. Nobody believed in Ryan. Nobody gave him a chance. Not one single person. I didn't even. All I said was, we know Devin Haney is a weight bully. So bring the bout to boxing. Devin Haney, you were never that good. Never. And I challenge all these supporters you have, to argue that you were. We know you were a weight bully. There was that expose documentary, right? Where he's telling Loma, he's telling JoJo, all these fighters, I'm bigger than you. You can't beat me. You're too small. Out of his own mouth. And that's called kind of the law of the land, right? The law of life, right? You know, we're responsible for the things that we claim or say. You know, like this boxing shit. It's entertainment. It's entertainment for us. It's not my livelihood. It's these guys' livelihood. Right? Haney couldn't even beat Ryan in sparring. Yep, that was released too. And taken ass beating by Stank Davis, BDA. Haney was good, but he was highly overrated. Like you said, one of the size advantages disappeared, so the dominance. Exactly. And they underestimated Ryan Garcia. And again, it only stands if you believe Ryan cheated. But the evidence doesn't support that. Now, maybe in the lawsuit we'll find out more, but I think the lawsuit could backfire because if Ryan for something has to make a statement or something, you know, and it stands that he didn't knowingly take anything, he didn't really dominate anyone. Exactly. We know. Look, we know Devin Haney was manufactured, and Ryan Garcia pretty much got to him first and put the stamp on it. Cambosos, yes, win aged badly. Lomachenko actually knocked out Cambozo. So all it is Devin Haney trying to salvage any respect that he has, self-respect, but this is the wrong route. This is the wrong route. The Haney rats. Yeah, you're a rat. You're a rat in my book. When you go the legal route, but after claiming you are real street, and you know that you're a street dude, you're from the soil, you know, and all this big braggadocio talk, and then you file a lawsuit, that's the weakest sauce I've ever heard or seen from a boxer in boxing. I don't think it gets any weaker or any lame than that. The only other thing lower than that, not even lower, that's probably the lowest, just a notch above, is quitting. But a lot of times quitting is not really quitting. You know, the trainer waves it off. So this whole lawsuit is really just Devin Haney trying to salvage any self-respect that he thinks he has. Legacy over currency mindset, salute. So Devin Haney, there's no way out. There's no way out. Because if you believed in your skills, if your fans believed you had anything left, you would just come back and fight while maybe doing this, not under you know, in secret, but you wouldn't salute Frank Bay. Yes, salute. You wouldn't. What up, Frank? Salute. Oh, it's all good, homie. As long as you slide in and hit that like button, I am gonna open up the conversation. But yeah, this is the big news. Not a lot of fights going on. Just recap the fights. Baddie of the day, saluting Rachel Donaire. You know, Asian sensation. You know, I have an Asian fetish. I do. I'm self-admitted. I don't know. They just always cute to me. You know, I like the Koreans, the Chinese, the Filipinos. I think Rachel is Filipina, right? Do you guys like the Asian sensations? You know, nah, I don't. There's like Thai. What are those? Oh my gosh. Thailand and stuff like that, and Cambodians, and it's just a large continent, you know, beautiful women up and down. But salute my Asian women, man. Salute my beautiful Asian dolls, right? Every man should have one on deck. But yeah, the news, it's the news, man. Devin Haney filing a lawsuit. His dad, Bill, coming and saying that he's setting a precedent, you know, that Devin, he had the nerve to say that Devin Haney is the face of boxing, and we seen Devin lose to Lomachenko. Lomachenko, as Roy Jones Jr. used to say, Lomachenko beat that ass, and I don't know how you could say that Devin Haney definitively won that. Now, if you say he won on points or he outdid him, I mean, you know, it's fair. I think you're full of shit, but I can't necessarily say you're wrong. Salute Frank Bray. You go too early live, bro, during the week. That's the only time I got, brother. Only barely, like Saturday, I'm only doing it because there's no boxing on. So I said, you know, maybe the homies will be available and I can steal the Saturday time slot, you know, that there's a void. and then I appreciate it. So that's the time that I have, and hopefully you can catch up later. But I know the live format is the best way, right? We like talking, and it's always funner when someone has the live chat going and then has people on. So, you know, it hit different, right? As they say, Brother Ram Ranch, everyone has an Asian fetish. Facts. 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 Xander carries no power. Yeah, very little power. Switching gears in other news this week, it was reported that David Benavidez, another sad fool. Now, I like David Benavidez, but he's a sad fool. David Benavidez did confirm that he will be fighting Jesse Hart. Yeah. And you know what that so Devin Haney on Sad Fools Edition. I have to give you a filing a lawsuit, Devin Haney. You get a David Benavidez choosing Jesse Hart. Clout chasing David Morrell. You get a thumbs down, player. Thumbs motherfucking down. That's what time it is over here, Frank Bay. You get no credit. You get no pass. The homies are like, that's a sad fool. I'm sorry. Frank Bay, thumbs down. Devin Haney lawsuit. And David Benavidez. So apparently somebody put out something that David Benavidez had put out that he was negotiating. I believe it was on Instagram on he had put out that he was fighting David, or he was negotiating. Mel might fight Fundora. I did hear that. A lot of rumors floating again. And then I said this before. This happens when there's no boxing. PBC don't have any events. They have the event Kimzu Muratavaliev in October, but they have no like free events. The only thing they're trying to promote is Stank Davis and David Benavidez coming up. So, Sad Fool Edition, David Benavidez talking the shit, saying he's negotiating with David Morrell, right? So David Morrell, I guess he acknowledges, or his manager says, yes, we're negotiating. Then I think on a podcast or something, they look goofy as fuck. He has to come back, do damage control, and say, no, actually, I'm speaking to, I'm negotiating with Hart. So Jesse Hart releases a statement saying, this is the first I heard. So again, as Pounds, a real one says, he's looking goofy. And this is what we've been saying, this guy is a bad press manager. He doesn't know what is going on. He has no clue. Fundora KOs all of them. Yep. Morrell's clearly calling out Benavidez. Adam Hurley, salute, hit the like. Morrell is clearly calling out Benavidez at a time when we knew Benavidez was waiting for the better be of winner. So Morrell's that tough, he'll fight yard in the meantime. Well, it's not really on Morrell. It's on Benavidez because he's the name, right? He's calling out Canelo, trying to play it safe. We've said this, and him and his dad have put out a lot of fake news. He gets a thumbs down, Solo Dolo, salute. We've said this. Benavidez put out a lot of fake news. We've been trying to tell you, and this should tell you that we've been right. Now, I know everybody's favorite punching bag, Mirage, the number one Benavidez nut sucker. He likes to do damage control, but they were claiming all these news that the Benavidez saying they offered Canelo a fight, 55 million, 60 million, yada, yada, yada. We'll take 5 million. There was just a lot of rumors and fake news, right? HOD, Haney probably took advice last Saturday from Kendrick Crawford to sue. No, and that's what Bill Haney said. He says, and Bob, didn't we sue you? And look, they are making it racial. They're making it racial. He's gonna show up now. I hope he does. You know what, BDA? He knows better. He knows better because he knows I'll cook him. He knows I will cook him, and he listens, but he doesn't want to come on. He goes everywhere else. He's not afraid of anybody. But with me, he won't step to me because he knows that I will hold him to the flame. But hey, he makes relevant points. I got no problem with them. but he's a troll. He's a troll. You know, he's number one fanboy. We already know. But back to Benavidez. He's put out a lot of fake news, and now once again it's coming, and he's being exposed. He's being exposed, man. He's cloud chasing. Look, I said it before. I know the game. Now, I don't know all the boxing game, but I've been following boxing enough that you see the plays, right? Just like I knew Norman and Boots weren't fighting. I knew they were never going to fight. And just like when you hear Morel Benavidez, you know they're not going to fight. It doesn't make sense. There's not enough money. They're not going to put that on the undercard, right? That's probably a pay-per-view they could try to sell in itself. But they were never going to fight. I guess, you know, salute to the boxing voice. Salute. You know, they were talking about, I guess they were talking about this conversation, and they were getting hyped. They were like, yeah, man, Benavidez is really gonna fight him. He's negotiating. It's like, no, stop. Fake news. So we're at that mark. I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody doesn't like what I have to say, they like what I have to say. You can cook on the Devin Haney lawsuit. Is it racist? Are we racist for thinking he's full of shit? Is Benevidez the Cookie Monster now? Is he proven to be full of cookies? Right? Hey, man, look, I don't mind, man. I don't know if you're the real. There's a lot of these fake accounts, but I don't appreciate, you know, the mentioning of other places, especially when we cook hard here, man. You know, I think we really do it big. Haney packs on deck. Honey packs? Now. Does it really work though? Now is this supposed to replace Viagra? If you, look, man, Alonzo, if you can come on here and you can speak your piece. I'll let you promote. Like BDA, I let BDA can he's more. I let everybody do it. Salute BDA, a real one.
Well, you don't really let us speak full on.
You're right.
I mean, if I really wanted to, no, I'm kidding. I mean, well, thank you for having me on. First of all, good to see you going live, man. Because right now, like you said, there's a bit of a void right now with boxing. Now, did you watch the female card yesterday, or I didn't quite catch that part?
Yeah, I did.
And did you feel like it was a waste of time, or?
I mean, it's Friday night. I got nothing better to do. I like boxing, but it wasn't before the fight, before the female fight. It felt like a letdown. I was like, damn, I'm gonna have to watch this shit. So it didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot that Bruce Carrington was gonna fight that African dude, because that African guy was actually pretty decent. He beat Ruben Villa, upset him in the his last fight. So I said, oh, well, I'm gonna watch it, and then I forgot it was today. You know what it is? When I heard female boxing, it threw me off so much that I forgot that there was an actual good fight on that undercard. So I'm gonna have to rewatch that. What was gonna tell you about? Oh yeah, the Haney thing. Don't you think that the Haneys, if they were smart, they would have just stayed silent after the Garcia fight, especially after they got a miracle their way, which again, quite iffy if you ask me. But anyway, they got that miracle their way where the result was reversed. They got it. They got what they wanted. They should have just shut up. Don't you think they should have just shut up, and then people would still bring up the loss, but it wouldn't be as bad as they. Because what I'm trying to get at is that every time they bring it up or they address what happened, they're reminding people of what happened. So wouldn't the smart thing be to shut up and just let it die?
And this is why I do it. I'm glad I even forgot about that. Yeah, the motherfucker got a 0 back.
Yeah, because his brother had a message from Allah, remember?
Yeah, BDA, I'm gonna say something kind of controversial. People can take this how they want, right? But I'm just speaking my mind. In that culture, BDA, it's almost like they don't think they're doing anything unless they can talk about it. Right? It's in the music. A lot of them go down for rapping about the crimes they're committing in their lyrics.
Right. That's a good point, man.
Oh, well, thank you. So I'm making a connection here. I think that they talk so much, they feel like it's almost like a foot and mouth disease. They have to keep talking because in Bill Haney's mental delusions, he's like a pimp, right? I guess so. He runs game. Have you heard that? They run game, run hoes.
Right.
So he's a seducer. He believes like, oh, you know what? All I have to do is go fool these white people, and then they gonna go for it. That's how they talk.
Some very salient points right there, Frank. Because yeah, first of all, it's true. He's pretty good at wrapping people around his finger, especially like this LDBC. Of course, he pays him too, allegedly. So if on top of that, that's how he gets him to do his bidding. So he's probably gotten pretty confident that hey, I can just hustle my way out of anything. He can hustle his way out of this. The internet is undefeated for a reason. People making memes, people shitting on him. Then on top of that, you got the tank fans, especially because they want Haney to fail because that helps prop up their guy, their king, which is another homo thing there. But that's what they call Tank Davis. It's their king. So they benefit from Haney being the joke. So they just keep on piling on onto Haney's downfall. And the other thing that you said, it's true that it seems like if they talk about it, they feel like they're doing something about it. It's very female-like, if you ask me. I don't know if you've ever had that with women, where they come at you and they start talking about, complaining, blah, 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 blah. And then you tell them, okay, well, why'd you do this? Nah, blah, blah, and they start complaining again. And you go like, well, why don't you do this then? You try to give them practical advice. And then at the end, what is it all about? It's not just let me talk. They just want to. A woman will cry bawl her eyes out. And then 2 minutes later, it's like nothing ever happened. Why? Because they're very more emotional than us. And for them, venting is an actual physical process that they go through where they vent and they let all the emotions out and now they feel better. And it's all sort of the same thing that's true. Now that you hit on it, the rap music industry and all that is kind of, I've always said it's always very female-like. They're always talking about shoes and jewels. I mean, that's what they do. They make money, they buy shoes and jewels like women. They're always bickering about each other. Like, I've been doing this since 2001. I've been doing this since 95. I've been doing this since 79. It's like, what is it? They bicker amongst each other for the smallest thing. So yeah, and I'm not the only one I'm not the first one to point it out. Other people have pointed out the rap industry is very female-like. And now that you mention it, yeah, maybe Bill Haney is that way, that Haney's feel like they need to talk about this so that we're making things happen. We're making moves. That type of stuff.
Yeah. For them, like you said, like you mentioned, the female, like The View, and it's it's very women. They talk about it and they feel they're doing something. And I don't know if this is the real Alonzo. They feel like they're doing something, and especially they have all these new podcasts like the what are those, the $1 million worth of game. I don't know if you know these, BDA. They got even the Up and Smoke podcast where Andre Ward is doing it now. So they're going on all these places and they're saying all these things. They're trying to get the public. They feel they could fool the public. I think they believe that their level of running game can get the job done.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. These guys, especially Bill Haney, has gotten away with it so far. With the talking and the jiving and conning people, that he feels like he can do it all the time. But like I said, he's up against a storm now, a meme storm. It's something that you can be the ultimate hustler in the street, but now you're in the internet world. As far-fetched and silly as it sounds, it's true, man. It's the things you do in the street you can't do on the web. You can't threaten to punch somebody, or I've seen that before when people get heated in conversation. I'm gonna kick your ass. Like, no, you're not, man. You're not gonna do shit. So it's the same thing with Bill Haney. He's in a world now that he doesn't understand, and the more he tries to pull off his street moves, the more he's digging in a hole for him and his son.
Yeah, salute Alonzo jumping anytime. And then he's taking shots at Bob Arum. It's like, for some reason, these guys, they just love to throw Bob Arum's white name in.
Salute, Frank. Salute, BDA.
Who is this?
Alonzo.
Oh, what's up, Alonzo?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, what's going on?
No, man, I just, this place is constantly just a... Fuck, what was like the game The Price is Right? You just never know what you're gonna get from these guys. It's sad that, like I said before, when they had all these narratives with all these boxers that were all undefeated and they were all on the PBC, and now 90% of those guys now lost, and now they have no other choice but to spin the narratives on each other. Like I stopped listening to the LDBC new media for a while, and then it surprised me when fucking they said that they now turned on Tank. I'm like, I didn't believe them. What do you mean they turned on Tank? And that was because they all went for to be on Bill Haney's payroll. It's just mind-boggling here. I personally, I should have clipped it, but I didn't. But it was the truth. Obviously, right? I got to take it with a grain of salt. But once in a while, I go to see what the LDBC is up to as of late. And I heard Drew Titan live, and I hear Drew Titan specifically say that he openly admitted that they've been approached, him, 78, and Boxing Eagle. Now, take it with a grain of salt. It could be him lying, but he said that that he's been approached and offered a bag of money so he can down talk black people, and that 78 got even a huge offer to down talk black people, and so did Boxing Eagle. So that just made me think already that they've already been doing it to push, like I said, a network or a advisor, as they like to call them, or not even now. It's obvious that they were just it's weird how Bill Haney's out there taking them out and pampering them, and now they're all Team Haney now. It's just odd, bro. Like I said, someone like Bob Arum should not know who Fred Barbershop Conversations is. It's odd all around, man. Like I'm telling you, it's a crazy conspiracy, but I'm here to just provide a little bit of content. I mean, when I came in onto this channel, it took me a while to fight BDAs and Thunderdomes and all these other channels. Because literally, I don't know what it is. It's all the channels were brother channels, mostly LDBC and New Media. There'd be channels with like 5 viewers, and they were brother channels. It's like I couldn't filter out. I had to find a Spanish-speaking boxing channel. I found 2 of them, Boxeo MX y Ay Tiro. And those are the only 2 Spanish channels, Mexican channels that I found, but I couldn't find any English ones. So I don't know, man. This shit's it's all weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's been rumors for a long time about, this guy takes money from this promoter or this coach or whatever. That the Haney one does seem to have some legs. The fact that Bill Haney would go to this podcast and they will just but you know what, bags of money, excuse me, I don't think it's bags. I think these guys get thrown a couple of hundred and they're willing to sell their integrity for that. But I also want to touch on something here that we forgot, Frank. I don't know if you heard this, and guys, the rest of you guys too. There was a guy on my podcast, we were doing an open panel, and he said that he was watching the whole Ward Haney interview, because I didn't watch all of it. I only saw snippets. Somebody told me on the panel that the dude Haney at the end, he was saying this, like, oh, I used to have a bigger entourage and a lot of people left me after the Ryan Garcia loss, but the only one that didn't leave me was my dad. And he was crying. I'm thinking, wait a minute, this dude was this much of a star that he had an entourage that ended up disappearing afterwards. I mean, it's hard. It's kind of hard for me to believe that he had this big ass entourage. And then when remember his father came out right after the loss, and he said, "I still love my son. I'm still proud of my son." Thinking, you shouldn't have to say that if you're his father. That goes without saying. The fact that he was actually saying it led me to believe, maybe he was a little ashamed, because they did so much trash talking. That clip that you played, Frank, of him saying, Devin ain't just coming to beat you, he coming to kill you. And then remember that he also said no prisoners. What did he say? I think he quoted Ivan Drago in the build-up to the fight, the week of the fight. I think he might have been a little embarrassed that, man, we did so much talking, we call this guy an Instagram model, blah blah blah, and then he whips. And that's a whooping. I've heard other people say, oh, this guy whooped this guy whooped that way. It's a 12-round decision. That's not a whooping. This guy got battered, almost didn't get up from the knockdown, probably shit his pants. I don't know, I'd have to look at the evidence again. And all against an Instagram model, and after all the trash talking they did.
It's just really odd, man. That why? Come on, Bill Haney's been they've both been in the boxing game for a while. Why would they feel that they have to address all that after a loss? Like, get over it. Like, it's the fact that the fact how they've just been reacting over this loss. I mean, Devin Haney I feel like he keeps just digging himself in the hole, trying to like find a way to I don't know, recover his reputation before he got beat up by Ryan Garcia. I don't know what it is, but anything that he's doing is just, he's making it worse, bro. I mean, the guy even released a video. Aren't black people supposed to know how to dance? And he released a video and with horrible dance moves when they announced him that he got his O back, as if he's supposed to be shrugging it off. But the guys, what people are saying is obviously still getting to him.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Alonso? That's what I told Frank. I said, if they would have shut up the Haneys after the loss was reversed, he would have left because people are very fickle. There's always something going on with the internet. We are always something changes every day. So the fact that he got his ass whooped by Ryan Garcia would have been old news. Yes, people would still bring it up, but it wouldn't be as bad as what they're doing now, because every time they address it, they're reminding people that it happened. And it doesn't just go for Devin Haney and his father. Shakur Stevenson the same way. He's always crying. And who else on social media does that? There's other fighters that don't come to mind right away, but they're always on social media. Lamont Roach, I saw him going back and forth with people on the internet. It's like, stay off Twitter, man. Don't go back and forth with these people, because you're just giving them what they want.
Yeah, even Bud Crawford had just went at it with Showbiz, Salute Showbiz, and that.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't even that guy. He doesn't talk shit like we do. He's
exactly.
like just talking about boxing. And Bud was like, he went and said, "Fuck you, cocksucker." He went really, really explicit.
And he always references his greatness. Crawford always has to remind you how great it is. I'm all about greatness. You never reached a great. It's like, what greatness? You beat up Errol Spence. People now know that. Somebody showed a picture comparison of how Spence looked in the ring walk towards the Ugas fight and in the ring walk to the Crawford fight. Not for nothing, but he does look haggard coming to the ring for the Crawford fight. His face is all wrinkled up, looks puffy. I don't know, man. It was weird.
Yeah, these guys get on social media and kind of they lose it. They think people are supposed to kiss their ass.
I think that's what they're used to.
Jumping anytime, but yeah, man, you were right. Shakira got in here. You know who just did it? Brings to mind media is Oshaki Foster. I guess after he got online, it was like, I was robbed. WBC, make it right, and so many people got behind him. The Suleiman responded and just bam, immediate rematch. Like, man, how the fuck you get on?
But Loma didn't get that love, right?
Well, he got crucified, right? All those. Look, you already know who they are. They posted with the memes of him crying. Like, okay, it was funny, but when it's done to them, then it's
always a racism thing, right? It's just
you racist. Yeah, that's why they always talk about Aaron.
And you know what the other thing is? Look, Navarrete dropped Conceição twice, and he got a draw. He didn't get a win, and he was the one that kept coming forward. The reason why it's hard, they cried robbery. I thought Oshaki Foster might have edged the Conceição fight, but here's the deal. Conceição does something that he did against Shakur Stevenson, that he did against Oshaki Foster, and that he did against Navarrete. He never stops punching. He just keeps he's letting his hands go. Not everything lands. But you never know with these fucking judges, especially these Las Vegas judges. They see a guy throwing hands and they think, oh, something must be scoring. I'm going to start giving him the points just based off of activity alone. So that's what happened with Oshaki Foster. Was that the robbery of the year? I don't know. They were the ones that were saying that when he fought Rocky Hernandez, who's not even all that good.
He fought his fight, and he fought his fight.
And they were saying, because they were in shock. A lot of people were in shock on Twitter that Hernandez was ahead on the cards. Well, he was outworking Shaki Foster. He had him on the ropes. He was landing good shots, good uppercuts on the inside. It's like, why do they think that this guy? I don't know what they're seeing. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing.
I just don't get the narratives push, right? 1 minute they're saying they're stronger genetically, this and that, and then when it comes to them when it's time to fucking get in fucking range and fucking fight and throw boxing, all of a sudden, hey, we don't want to fight that much. We don't want to be stupid fighters now. Hey, I'm not in here and trying to show my strength and win a fight. Let me now fucking evade battle. So I'm not going to lie. I do like Oshaki Foster up until his last fight. Before that, he was going promotion to promotion, facing anyone that was going in his path. He wasn't like these other black fighters that he was evading. But now, obviously, his last performance wasn't so impressive with the whole, it just wasn't that impressive compared to his other ones. Another thing I just don't seem to understand is I just find it funny that the African Americans, they usually like to claim the Hispanics that look more black or are black, right? They like to claim them until they put them up against each other, and then they favor the Hispanic black, and then they cry racism again. Like, hey, you don't like us, because you chose the fake black person or whatever kind of narrative they put.
You're pointing out an LDBC group, and you're making it seem like everybody. You need to kind of like understand that that's not everybody. Just like you know, we got Edgar Berlanga acting like a fool out there, and I'm not on his bandwagon, you know what I mean? But it's not all Puerto Ricans are acting like Berlanga, right? So,
yeah, but I'm not talking about Puerto Ricans.
But I'm talking about in general. When we're talking, we got to make sure it's not everyone. It's not everyone acting like. Yeah, well, you did. You just said African Americans, so that means everyone of that class.
African Americans that have that boxing opinion.
All right, so let's clear that up. Well, now clear that up. Now,
I wouldn't say something.
Well, you did, and that's why I'm correcting you on it. Now, what's going on with well, my man, that's whatever you say, man. You sound kind of idiotic up here.
Yeah. Opinion.
It's not. It's a fact.
No, it's not. No, it's not a fact.
It's
but okay, go on, HLD. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If you see what's going on with the Haneys, bro, they have to be struggling with cash. I just heard that his entourage is gone. Not that they're gone, is that means the money's running low. Eddie Hearn just told him $1 million for his next fight. That's what he's worth, and he wants $4 million. So what's that telling you?
How much is he offering? How much did he offer him?
Eddie Hearn on the interview said, "Yeah, he's $1 million."
Whoa,
$1 million. But then he said, but he wants $4 million, and he doesn't see that. Those are Eddie Hearn's words.
I mean,
those are Eddie Hearn's words. So what's telling you now? I just heard that his entourage is running. No, man, is that you can't pay them. And who knows how much that fight made with Haney and Garcia. I mean, we really don't know what the numbers are, and all we heard is that they weren't paid. So who knows how much it really sold? I was under the impression it did at least decently above 400,000, but pay-per-views. But so you know, he met with Crawford last week. Crawford did sue, and he mentioned them today on that interview or in that post that Crawford sues. So maybe, you know, they draw up some courage with talking to Crawford to go ahead and sue Garcia, but it's not going to work out. There's no way it's not going to work out at all for them to sue them, because are you going to sustain prove battery in a consensual sport? That's what battery is about. I mean, that's what fighting is about. I don't see it. I don't see how they're going to even. It's a waste of time and money. Maybe publicity stunt. Name being relevant.
My question is, how do they prove that the Austrian was enough to cause that much? In other words, how can they prove that it was that much of an advantage to batter Devin Haney around?
The fact is that Austrian that actually made Ryan Garcia worse of a fighter. It downgrades your testosterone. You know what I mean? It lowers your testosterone. Using Austrian alone lowers your testosterone. So, I mean, not that there was any much of an amount in there to do that, but there's also no clinical proven proof that Austrian even has any benefits. So there's no way they're going to be able to prove this. There's a reason why the New York State Athletic Commission did not even suspend Ryan Garcia based on the tests of the PEDs. There's just no way for them to prove this.
Yeah, what was the technical reason why he got suspended?
I have the consent form. Let's see if I can find it for you. But just off the top of my head, he was suspended for not declaring those 2 supplements that he took on the medical team form. You know, so that they can know that, okay, you're taking these supplements, and we know that, and they're approved. He didn't just declare those 2. That's all, and because of that's why they suspended him.
I remember that detail, that it wasn't exactly the fact that he got caught with the stuff. It was that he didn't declare it. So right there on paper, it's like the Margarito thing all over again. It's, you know, people just grab a headline and they run with it, and they just spread misinformation.
Well, the fact is, I told Ryan Garcia's dad, I told Ryan himself, the bottom line is, on the New York State Athletic Commission rules, they had to perform their own testing, and VADA, being a third-party company, is not allowed for adjudication of any proof of PEDs for them to go ahead and suspend them with that. So they kind of messed it up themselves. All they had to do is like let it up to them to prove it. But since they went ahead and said we took these 2 supplements, that's what then they got them for. They dry snitched on themselves. Had they not even said anything about those 2 supplements, then the New York State Athletic Commission wouldn't have anything to hang on to. because the vital testing is invalid.
Some solid advice right there. Stay silent. Don't go on Twitter. Let your attorneys handle it.
Well, their attorneys fucked it up. I don't even know. Ryan Garcia's own attorneys fucked it up, and now today he was just tweeting. I don't know with who, and I'm like, yo, man, you still need to understand why you got suspended. You did not get suspended for PEDs. You got suspended because those 2 supplements were not declared on the medical team for New York State Athletic Commission. You need to, because if you keep on saying, oh, but they got everybody talking about that he took a deal, and no, there was no deal. He admitted that he took these 2 supplements. So how are you going to get out of that? So that's what they got him on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He shouldn't have. Do you think he panicked, and that's why he said, "Oh,
I think his team, his legal team. Well, I think in part him, but his legal team was stupid. His legal team fucked him over, and they probably didn't say, "Oh man, well, wait, man, we got you a better thing. That at least you don't get suspended for PD." No, motherfuckers, because you guys told me he took these 2 supplements. Had you guys not said anything, it would have been upon them to prove that it, and then. Since it's invalid for adjudication in the New York State Athletic Commission to use third-party company, it does say under the rules they have to perform their own testing, and they didn't.
And are we supposed to believe too that Austrian and Garcia failing to make weight, that was enough for him to beat Haney half to death? So that means that if Lomachenko would have been an Austrian and failed to make weight, that he would have done something similar, or Linares.
Hey, if I'm a competitor. And you're gonna tell me, hey man, I want to take Oster, and I'm like, go ahead, take all of it because it's gonna drop your testosterone. So it's gonna make you a worse fighter. It's not gonna make you a better fighter.
I sparred a guy once that was openly on everything, TRT, HGH. So finally one day we spar, and afterwards he goes, "Hey man, what's your stack?" I go, "Excuse me." He goes, "What's your stack?" I go, what are you talking? I go, "No, I'm pure, baby, I'm pure." But I mean, I guess I'm just special. I don't know.
The bottom line is that Austin really has no. It's a snake oil salesman. It's a snake oil salesman. PED is trash. It's trash. I said it from day one. It is trash. No one uses that shit. It's just trash. High schoolers use it because when it first came out, it's because there was nobody knew about it, and everybody was thinking, oh yeah, it does, but it doesn't do shit for you. It doesn't do shit for you.
And you know what the worst thing is about all of this? Look, I can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Victor Conte or anyone else involved with the Haneys had something to do with the positive results, the Austrian all. I can't prove that. However, here's the thing with Victor Conte. There's a documentary on Netflix. I forget the name. I actually talked about this on the show once. He says multiple times on that Netflix documentary, he says, look, I can make these performance-enhancing drugs and they won't be detected. Technically, they're not illegal because they don't exist. And so I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. How do we know he's not doing? Again, I'm not saying he's guilty of doing that now, but if he were to be doing that now in boxing, which he himself admits has very lax testing for PEDs, how would we know? In other words, what he gives to these guys via snack, it's not legal because it's not detectable yet. It doesn't exist technically. So I can't for the life of me believe that people are okay with Victor Conte just parading around in boxing, being the voice of reason supposedly on Twitter and all that. Meanwhile, we don't know what he's doing.
Well, the weirdest thing about this whole thing is that Scooter, the guy who they called in to help Ryan drop weight, is in the same circles of the Haneys. He's good friends with Haney's nutritionist, Scooter. Scooter's the one who gave him these 2 supplements. And that guy's getting absolved. I don't understand what's going on with that.
I think Ryan had said that Scooter is Zab Judah's godson, godfather, or
no. Zab Judah is Haney's godfather, and he's also good friends with Scooter. I mean, they know each other and they've dealt with each other, right?
I would never trust somebody named Scooter, by the way.
right. Yeah, the whole thing is fishy. But yeah, go ahead, XLD.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, so that connection within that right there smells foul and fishy. Now, the one thing about the Austrian, now why Austrian? Because it has no efficacy. It's not going to give the guy in, but it's still on the ban list. So sprinkle this shit on him, have him take it. If we beat him, he pops dirty, we get to say we beat him even though he popped dirty.
Yeah.
And if we lose, we lost because of it. See what I mean?
Yeah, that's
that's why I screamed. That's why it was not anything else. Which I mean, why wasn't it no trend or no other nothing, no test, nothing. There was nothing else but this trash snake oil. I mean, telling you, this is trash. Go to any gym and ask the guy, hey man, you go take some Listerine? I'll laugh the fuck out of you because it's garbage.
Yeah, the no place no dates guy on YouTube said that it doesn't really make any sense, and but Victor Kant is sticking to his gun, saying, "No, you don't understand PEDs like I do," and so it's going back and forth between these guys.
No, it's not because when you go with Derek, who's an endocrinologist, he knows what he's talking about. Then there's also Trigilli, who's a 20-year bodybuilder, Mr. IBFA, whatever. He's the one who came out. Look, man, Aspirin makes you more of a bitch than more of a man. So it's even worse that Devin Haney got knocked the fuck out with this guy on it. He had a head start. He couldn't do shit. But even the amount that was taken it didn't do shit for Ryan. It was a negative and it wasn't positive. It didn't do shit for him because 0.0000, it's 9 zeros before you put the 6. That's how much he had in his system.
You know what gets me about this whole situation too is the concept of cheating. That's why that documentary that came out after the positive test result, I forget what it was called, the documentary that was exposing Haney for...
Oh, the expose one.
Yeah, that one raised a good point, or it raised a question in my mind, like, what is cheating? Because, people say, oh, there's no such thing as weight bullying. If you make the weight, you make the weight. Yeah, but if a guy shows up 20 pounds heavier than the other dude on fight night, that's an advantage. Now, the question then becomes how much of an advantage? Because with the PEDs, the way they decide, hey, look, this should be illegal is because it gives an unfair advantage. And so I'm thinking, well, if a guy's rehydrating 20 pounds, is that not an unfair advantage? In other words, I think they need to qualify, or at least if they can quantify what is an unfair advantage when it comes to weight. The other thing is, when you see guys like Haney dipping below the waist, clinching, never getting worn, never getting a point taken away, that's an unfair advantage. Why, yeah, okay, maybe it's not as glamorous as catching somebody doing a PED, but it's still cheating, and some referees don't do anything about it. It seems like either they're incompetent or corrupt. So why don't we bring that up too? Like that Haney's been rehydrating over and over. He's had special advantages. That's a form of cheating. Nobody really wants to talk about it.
NCAA wouldn't allow what happens in boxing. You can't allow it. They don't allow it. And there's a protocol on having to make weight for wrestlers. And if they were to implement that in boxing, you would negate a lot of these issues that we got going on with the rehydration. At least what California was trying to do was put a 10-pound rehydration, or 10%, I think it is, a rehydration rule, which Haney also failed when he fought Regis Prograis. But because it was under the discretion of what's his name, of the president of the commission over there in California, he didn't stop the fight. He could have stopped the fight, and Prograis had every right to sue for that because the guy's using his discretionary prejudicely to some and not to others. And we're all supposed to have protection clause that we're all supposed to be treated equally, and that guy wasn't doing it. For the Haney fight, he let it go.
Exactly. So just to reiterate, okay, it's legal because that dude is choosing, that the commissioner is allowing it to go on. But if it's an unfair advantage, coming in so heavy the day after the weigh-in, that should be a conversation that we should be having. And the legislators should be having that as well. Not the legislators, but whoever decides, the rules and all that. They should be getting together and saying, hey, is this an unfair advantage? But we don't hear about that. All we hear about from the fans especially is, well, it's legal, so, I mean, I guess it's okay.
Well, the problem is that every state is his own commission, does whatever the fuck they want. Exactly. Look what happened with Bumgarner and Christina Ladarda too. You know what I mean? She got fucked over. This girl Bumgarner had enough juice for a 200-pound bodybuilder, and she didn't get stripped. There was not a no contest, none of that. And because every state had, they do their thing whatever way they want to. And Michigan State didn't do shit. They just allowed Mauricio Suleiman to take over and do the proceeding of it.
And I just want to remind people that Suleiman told Bill Haney's father, like, look, dude, remember when your son was rehydrating 20 plus pounds the day after the weigh-in as a lightweight? So this whole thing didn't start off with a pro grade fight. It was going on while he was a lightweight.
No, that's been happening since like 2019.
At least
he's been having these issues. And what you're talking about, it was on Fred Barbershop Conversation show, where it was Mauricio Suleiman, Bill Haney, and Bill Haney, started getting stupid with Mauricio, and Mauricio then like checked him and like, look, bro, you were telling me your son came in 154 pounds after weigh-in. He came in like 25 pounds over. I mean, so don't play yourself.
And then on top of that, you had Devin Haney himself saying in the documentary where they did a montage of him telling his opponents during the weigh-in, "You're too small. You're too small." So it's right out of the horse's mouth.
Yeah, but this thing is pathetic. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Frank.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying this whole thing. It's just it's publicity. It's to stay relevant, or maybe they are desperate for maybe to get a few extra bucks because they're not fighting anytime soon. And nobody's giving him no $4 million.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that, BD, about the rule thing, but a lot of times it's the enforcement, right? Like, just for the boxing aspect, you said, a lot of the cheating. There's that new ref, Mark Taylor. He enforces the clinching. I think he did it against Rolly Romero Cruz. So I think there are rules in place, but they have to be enforced. Last night I think McKay, Sandy, Ryan, and Mayer, they had 3 judges, and 2 of them were from different countries. That's something that could be. It's not cheating, but even playing field. And when Loma fought Haney, he had all 3 American judges. So I mean, there are rules. It's state by state, but they have to be enforced. And if you're the A side, you can kind of get away with certain things.
Well, you got to understand, when they build these fighters, just like in the music industry, a lot of these guys, when they see that there's potential, a lot of people front them money, and that money's got to get paid back. And right now, the industry's been pushing hard for Haney to be a superstar. As you can see, he's had carte blanche to they were trying to make him the next Mayweather. And now after this loss,
that's why everybody posted all the pool party pictures, the Devin Haney Diddy parties.
Hey, I'm just saying. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised he owes people money.
Man, I mean the fall for this guy, right? I mean, he was at the top. He was at the top of the boxing world. I mean, if we talk about boxing and levels, he was. Had he beat Ryan Garcia, he climbs another level, and he's arguably above Tank Davis. As far as clout,
he would have been up there.
Yeah. I mean, and give him another 2 years, who knows if maybe he ascends to Mayweather level, which is, I don't think he would have accomplished that, but he was on the trajectory.
But at least for this era, for what it's worth, they would have put him up there. At least, he's the man for this era, right?
They were already trying to put him up top 5 pound for pound. I mean,
he did say he's the face of boxing, man. The lawsuit.
He's still pound for pound. The Ring magazine, the Cuck Media, when he got his O back, they went and changed their standings.
That's because they got Jake Donovan over there, man, who sucks Haney's dick. So he's gonna do that.
And there's other who was it? There was another guy on Twitter, a couple of guys on Twitter saying, "Yeah, this is a good move by Haney, suing Garcia. This is good. That will make cheaters think twice." I'm thinking, really, you're gonna take that? So
that was Dan Canobia, and I'm like, bro, I cooked him on his. Everybody's beating him up on Twitter right now because of the comments I dropped on him.
But you see, that's the full problem with guys like that they need access to fighters to stay relevant. And so they have to suck up to the fighters, which is long-term.
And Dan doesn't need to do that, man. I mean, he doesn't need to do that. He's a good dude overall, but you can see how the media, just like in politics, they're bought, they got the preferential, they got who they gonna, favor. And that's the same thing like in boxing. A lot of these, Dan Rafael, all these motherfuckers, bro, they all suck because they all are not truly objective. They are all on somebody's favorite payroll, if you will.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of a shame because you put yourself in that position. Then what do you do? How do you get out? Once you're stained forever.
Yeah, your body. Exactly. How are you going to have your independence to say whatever the fuck you want? You know, never. That's why I've many a times I know you have a channel and I'm like, no, man, I'm not into none of this. And just like I am, I get to speak with fighters. You got my girl Rachel Donnell up there. She's a good personal friend of mine. That's why I couldn't comment. There's no need for none. But when these guys, when the content creators becomes a business for them, instead of being content reporting, it's content creating. They mess themselves up because they're living off of that dime of whatever traffic they can get.
Yeah, but I mean, this whole thing, but it also points out this. Again, I go back to what is cheating. So we have some of these guys saying, good, it sets a precedent against cheaters and guys who take PEDs. Okay, fine. Let's keep that same energy, please, and have us start a discussion about cheating inside the ring, meaning clinching. And I don't want to hear this shit about excessive clinching. Let's have a discussion. Okay, if a guy's hurt, is he allowed to clinch? Yes or no? See, that's a starting point. Dipping below the waist. A lot of guys do that. It's cheating. What else am I coming in here with? What's the other thing running around the ring, not creating the action. Like when we saw Teofimo Lopez versus Ortiz, I asked the question. I said, okay, because some people are saying, well, it's boxing. It's up to Lopez to catch up with Ortiz. I'm thinking, okay, well, what if Lopez would have stood up after one of the rounds and then started circling counterclockwise to Ortiz, so that now you have two guys just circling away from each other? Who's at fault then? Is it Ortiz or is it Lopez? You can't say Lopez because he's just doing exactly what Ortiz is doing. You know what I mean? So that just goes ahead and highlights the fact that, look, you can't have a guy just running around the ring nonstop. That's avoiding the action, which is against the rules.
The boxing game is run just like the mafia. Every little set has its own set of rules. And so you have 50 states with 50 different commissions that have their own rules. You have then 4 sanctioning bodies that have their own set of rules independently of each other. Then you have the referees who are managed by which way? Who tells them how to do their job? What is the head of the referee out there? That there is none. And then you got to understand that the rules of sports in America, and if nobody wants to accept it, that it's legal for any of these NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, boxing promoters, it's legal for them to rig their sport to their favor as long as it's to benefit, to make more profit sales, as long as there's no corruption in paying people off. As long as you're not paying people off, it's legal to tell these 3 judges, yo, this is the home fighter for them. Ref, protect this fighter for me. And the way these guys work, though, is, yo, you do what I tell you, and you keep on getting a job with me. That's the payoff. You don't do what I need you to do, I won't hire you.
Well, that's what's so ridiculous about this, because they protect guys that don't even sell. Like Devin Haney, like you guys were saying, they propped him up so badly or actually so strongly, I should say. The guy that really didn't sell. Yeah, he was a guy that didn't really sell, wasn't really all that entertaining overall, but they tried to push him as this next bit. They did the same thing with Shakur Stevenson, and then he turns around on Top Rank like Crawford, starts bad-mouthing them. It's like, on top of that, you try to help these guys, and they turn around and bad-mouth you. I mean, it's what do you do?
Haney is not getting the money that he was getting with Eddie Hearn anymore.
Yeah.
And so what you got to understand is with that Regis Progress fight, that was a bust. They only got paid a guaranteed of $1.5 million. There was no back end because it didn't sell. His next fight then was with Garcia. That didn't sell, apparently. The fight with Lomachenko 100,000 pay-per-views. That flopped. They sold at the gate, like he did at the gate in California. But when it comes to the back-end money, there was none. And so they're walking away with just their guarantees. So how much money, does Haney have, and why is his entourage now smaller? Not because he doesn't have the money to pay them. That's what it is.
He should be getting in the ring then as soon as possible, but I guess he's still traumatized from what happened in April.
He's an egomaniac. He HLD mentioned it. Yeah, he was putting out these rumors he was gonna fight Liam Pato, the guy that beat the boogeyman, Matias. Right. And I guess he thought that maybe Hearn was gonna scratch his back, right? Wink, wink, and offer him $4 million to fight Pato in Australia again, or those were the rumors. And then I heard too that he only offered him $1 million, and so Haney was like, he had the actual belt. Remember, they let him keep his belt, and he was supposed to fight Sandor Morton, but that was going to be short money too because that was on Top Rank.
That was another $1 million fight.
So he let the WC belt go, thinking, okay, well, I can go fight with Eddie Hearn and go get Paro. I'll get a bag for that. And these guys he's an egomaniac. Him and his dad, they really think they are faces of boxing. And when they seen that the money wasn't there, now they're going the lawsuit route.
Right. Well, he also told Ward a bullshit lie that Turkey offered you to fight him, and that he what are you talking about, dude? That never happened. You've never heard Turkey even mention Teofimo's name. Not once. I've never heard that man say Teo's name. And if you look on BoxRec, Devin Haney is still suspended indefinitely. So what fight can he have?
Yeah, he's facing the sad reality that he thinks he's worth more than they're willing to give him. And that's why I think, did you guys see that when he got in an argument with Eddie Hearn? I guess he was bitching about not getting free tickets.
Hey, man.
Eddie Hearn basically said, fuck that Muppet, how they talk. He said, no, I told him, fuck off. Like, don't disrespect me again. Like, damn.
He told him, but what he told him was, you are no longer my fighter.
Right.
My fighters are my priority. In other words, telling him, bro, you decided to do your thing. And that's what happens now. Imagine going on Twitter bitching about you think I'm what? Who did that? I think it was Clarissa Shields did that. She was bitching she didn't get some tickets. I forgot for what fight in New York. And she started bitching, and then she went to the Mayweather fight in Florida because they didn't accommodate her. Like, yo, man, if you don't have the money to buy it, let's say they reject it, just buy it. If you want to go, you buy it. I'm not gonna go out there saying I'm broke or I'm trying to get freebies and they don't want to give it to me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Devin Haney's done. I think this lawsuit is the final nail in the coffin in his career. Now, I don't know how you guys feel. I mean, I think we all agreed that he never was as good as he thought he was. He just wasn't that good. Is my final, analysis of Devin Haney, the fighter.
I'm not gonna say he's done, but I think all this shit that he's done to himself is definitely working against his favor to build himself up. He's putting himself worse in the hole, and mentally he's got to be all fucked up. One thing that Showbiz pointed out today, I kind of like a lot of the bubblegum shit he says sometimes. The Pepito, man, from the carnival, bro, he didn't sue Devin Haney.
Oh, okay.
Pepito from the carnival didn't sue Devin Haney, and he got jumped. You know what I mean? So what does that tell you? How much of a bitch ass this is?
Yeah, you know what? Everything you guys are saying, I remember King Bucho told me once. He says, like, look, the thing with Haney, guys like Haney, is that they're dependent on that. Oh,
hello,
absolutely. That's the Mayweather era.
Because like the next Floyd Mayweather. What was Floyd Mayweather really? He wasn't all that entertaining. He was an anomaly, a guy that was entertaining, but somehow made it into as a mainstream star. And so that's what they were trying to do with Haney. It's all dependent on the O. Yeah, symbolically, he still has the O, but that's, like I said, that's only in symbolic form. People would still remember the fact that he lost to Ryan Garcia. And so because of that now, the harsh reality is hitting them that, look, now you're not invincible. That was the only real thing you had going for you. That, like, hey, maybe we can market you as this guy that's untouchable in the ring, blah, blah. No more. And so now he's starting to see the paydays dwindle, and he doesn't know what to do because he's spoiled. So what does he do? Does he take does he take a hit to his pride and fight for the money that they're offering him, or does he stand his ground and pout and go, no, I want more, like a little kid?
It's pathetic. Look what box rate's got. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm gonna just say this, but you know what's gonna piss him off the most is when Ryan Garcia returns. I think Ryan Garcia just was taking pictures with Al Pacino. Al Pacino's a big Ryan Garcia fan. It's gonna, I mean, wouldn't that eat you alive? It's like your ex doing better than you, right? You think she's gonna fail and fumble, and then she upgraded. Like that's gonna eat him alive when Ryan Garcia comes back and everybody's watching his fights and talking about him.
Ryan had the world in his hands, and even with the suspension, he just needed to know how to chill the fuck out. He went on that stupid rant on that Twitter space, which is gonna be a hit for him. But right after this fight, man, he was at Mar-a-Lago with the Donald. He was with Prime Time in the locker room in Colorado. I mean, this kid had the world in his hands. And had he known how to maneuver this bullshit that happened with the Ostering, when his comeback would have been a lot bigger than just one person, which is now Haney. I don't know what's going to be a big of him, but for Devin Haney, he's going to have to come back on a limited basis with some nobody, and see where he's at, because I don't know what mentally how strong he is right now. Can he handle any of this shit?
He's gonna have to take a financial hit. He's gonna have to take the money they offer him, because unless he's fighting Tank Davis or rematching Garcia, he ain't getting more than what he's not worth. He's getting what he's worth. The market's dictating. Look, you're worth 1 to maybe 3 mil, depending on who you fight. That's it. You're not Floyd Mayweather.
Let me see if I can put it up. But yeah, Eddie, it was out of Eddie Hearn. He said, man, he needs to take $1 million fight. He's asking for $4 million, and he just doesn't see that. There's a reason why Eddie Hearn did not want to get involved with the Haney and Garcia fight, because he lost his ass off with the Regis Prograis fight. So I think he was already just looking for ways to let go of this dog with fleas, who happens to be a friend, I guess. They do have a good relationship, so he's learning. He's trying to maneuver how to get rid of this dog with fleas without saying get the fuck out of here, and by letting him go fight Ryan Garcia without him being involved was one of those ways. And now, as you can see, he's like, you're not my fighter. So that relationship is all fucked up. Is it repairable? Of course. I don't think Eddie Hearn is not going to miss an opportunity to make some money if he can make some money with a fight, but there's no more favors.
I've seen people on Twitter ask rhetorically, why is Haney so hated? He's the one that got cheated, whereas Ryan Garcia still has friends, and yet he's the one. Oh, and then on top of that, they say, and he said racist things. And then I remember thinking, well, Haney has said racist things too. And he's done a whole bunch of things, including this whole lawsuit thing, which is rubbing people the wrong way. So he's done plenty of things out that rub people the wrong way. Now, let me say this. When Haney said that, like, I would never lose to a white boy, or I'd never let a white boy beat me, I thought it was distasteful, but I wasn't. First of all, I'm not a white guy, so I didn't take offense to that. But I recognize the fact that if white people want to be offended by that, they're allowed to. Just like people are allowed to be offended by what Ryan Garcia said on Twitter about, the Muslims and then the Afro-Anglos. But here's the deal, though. You have to. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is people have the right to be offended by something, and that's proves. And I'm telling you why people hate Devin Haney, because he said racial things as well, and he's done a plethora of other things that rub people the wrong way. He's not. They try to paint him as if he's this innocent guy that's kid that's just shucks. I just do my best. No, man, he's pissed off plenty of people, like battering a Hispanic at a festival or a carnival. Like, you're seeing a lot of things that make people dislike him. Some because
excellent point. Yeah. No, that's I seen that too. They literally say, I can't, because it was actually an African American that interviewed Ryan Garcia. I think he goes by Say Cheese. He's actually pretty good. Salute him. But yeah, he's the one that interviewed it, and he got a lot of flack calling. They called him all the uncle this and that. And from his perspective, it's just like he's just, that's what he does, is content. You know, so why would they hate a black guy for interviewing Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, and you know what else? Because I was reading that somebody finally reposted that video of Devin Haney saying, "I would never let a white boy beat me," and it started a whole discussion on Twitter, like, well, but he didn't, it wasn't that bad, or people started using whataboutisms. Somebody actually replied by saying, well, you don't have the right to criticize Devin Haney because you never criticized Teofimo Lopez, and he never stated what he was referring to when he mentioned Teofimo Lopez, because I remember Teofimo Lopez got into a little hot water twice. Once when he said that ESPN wasn't giving him as much coverage as they gave Afro Anglos, and then recently when he said something about Crawford and Tank Davis, I think, about a monkey and a banana, something like that. Yeah, but neither of those things that he said were as racist as saying I would never lose to a white guy, because when you say I would never lose to a white guy, you're thinking, well, what does that mean? Why would you be ashamed to lose to a white guy unless you thought that they were inferior to you in some way? See, to me, that's more...
I think Haney's got a complex combination of a lot of things of why he's hated in my overall, and from all races, I guess, because if you go onto his Twitter, man, they cook the shit out of Haney, man. I think it's because a lot of people see the hypocrisy, the fakeness, the bullshit that Bill be doing, the racist shit that Bill be doing, and then just the way that he carries himself, Devin Haney, which you're being fake. You're not being yourself, and he's trying to be something that he's not. And I've told Bill there's nothing wrong with being a clean-cut kid and go out there and prove to be your best. But when you're trying to be the street guy, which you're not, you're a suburb kid, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then you're trying to be, Papa Doc out here. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. And he gets exposed for that. All the lies that he does, everybody sees all the lies. Oh, Shakur was gonna make the most money ever in his career, and the next thing you know, bro, your next fight, you only made $1.5 million with Prograde. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
see what I mean? So all the fans then in the business, they all see the bullshit, and they are calling them out on it, and they are catching them out on it. And then you have your hardcores, right? You got your hardcore Tank fans, you got your hardcore Tio fans, right? And whatever it is, and they're just all gonna gang up on him. And that's where he's at right now. And until he's able to break whatever this image is, the shit that he's doing right now is straight up bitch assness. He just needed to do what Sandy Ryan did yesterday. She got hit with fucking paint, and she was pissed, and she could have called off the fight. She had every right to call off the fight. And she went in and she wanted it back in blood. And this is a woman. So here's Haney doing the opposite.
Frank, I want to hear from you, man. Do you think that's the reason why? Because again, people on Twitter are making out to be like, oh, Haney's this shucks kid, nice kid, never hurt nobody. Do you disagree with those people? Do you agree with what HLD is saying that, hey, look, he's had a lot on his record that makes people dislike him?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he sided, Alonso had mentioned these LBBC guys, and that's who he was siding with. When he said it, he was on one of their programs. So, yeah, that's absolutely it. They know he's not street. That's why they like Tank Davis, because he's got street cred. That's what I'm saying, man. His dad goes around saying these things and talking about the streets, man. And, he got into it, Floyd, and they were talking about this ain't street shit, this street shit, yeah, you know how they talk. And so it's like, man, it's just goofy. It's goofy as fuck. Like, pick a side and stay there. Bill Haney's a piece of shit. I think he owed Rep it like $1,000 one time.
Yeah, I heard about it. I remember that.
Yeah, he went on Rep it. So did Tio Senior. Because they were in all these YouTube channels. They were trying to pump their fighters up, and they just talk the most shit. And now it's finally here when it's judgment time. Look, whether you side with Ryan Garcia or not, my belief is he didn't cheat. And I think Devin Haney got his ass whipped. And I think one of my happiest moments in boxing was Devin Haney losing. I thought that was good for boxing. I think it was another guy that was trying to protect his O. as we spoke about earlier. When it comes to boxing, he never fought Tank Davis. He never fought Shakur, right? We know he was trying to fight smaller guys. So him losing was one of the best things to ever happen to boxing. Now, I don't know if you feel the same way, but it was like literally one of my best moments covering the sport. I mean, not covering it, but watching it.
Oh, you
I got it, man. That was a fun night, bro. It was fun.
Tell me it wasn't like one of the best nights in all of boxing. You guys are fans. I know you guys are fans, so you can't tell me that wasn't one of the most satisfying fights you've ever seen.
Yo, once you saw that when he hit him with the hook, he did that like I don't know you, but I know I'm like
and his mom passing out. I wish I had the clips. I should have. His mom passed out.
I remember we were on this. I remember we were on this platform the week of the fight, and we were some of the few people that were saying, "Look, don't overlook." I mean, I'm not saying I picked Ryan Garcia to win, especially after the weigh-in. After the weigh-in, I was like, "Fuck, this guy's fucking up. I don't think he's got much of a chance now." But I still remember us talking about that. Hey, he's got a chance. He's just as fast as Haney. He's longer. He hits harder. Don't overlook this kid. Although I will say, you know what's something interesting? I was dead set on Ryan Garcia being able to produce more problems than people thought. I definitely thought he was going to be more problematic than people thought. However, I was also sure that Joshua was going to beat Dubois. And so now, it's one of those fights one of those results that makes me doubt my predictions now, because I was 60-70% sure Joshua was going to end up. He might get hurt early, blah, blah, blah. But I thought Dubois was going to capitulate later on. And I was surprised at how fast Dubois was. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in because some of these predictions can go sideways real quick, man.
That Dubois fight was very, very eerie, similar to the Ryan Garcia fight with Haney in the first round. You know what I mean? Right off the bat.
Let me just say this real quick. I'll give you an example. I almost got hung up at a Roy Jones house because the night that Tarver sent Roy into the ether, I was jumping up, laughing and clapping, and then they just all looked at me. I was like, "Oh shit, better go smoke a cigarette." It was
wait.
That was probably the only other that was one of the most memorable nights. That was comparable, if not more, with what Ryan did.
Well, for me, it was Marcus knocking Pacquiao out because the fight was so back and forth, and you thought Marcus was gonna get his ass knocked. He was on the verge of getting stopped, bleeding from the nose like a stuck pig, and then all of a sudden, at the end of the round, boom! That to me was. But yeah, Garcia and Haney had something, because you know what it is. Boxing, one of the things we hate is when these guys fight nobodies or fight guys that they're clearly superior to on paper, that the opponent has no shot at winning. But it also adds a little bit of build-up, because when they finally meet their match or they finally meet their maker, it makes it all the more better. Like, for example, Wilder. For years, his fans were telling us he was the number one heavyweight. Josh was avoiding him. Everyone's avoiding him. Nobody can stop him. As soon as he hits you with one shot, it's over. You can't escape that power. And then comes Fury. And it took a while. It took about when he won his championship in 2015. Wilder did, and it took about 5 years for him to finally meet his match. But man, it was worth it, man. Sometimes these build-ups are worth it. But like most fans, I still argue that you don't need to over marinate a fight. That goes without saying.
I'm getting to the point that I used to be really involved, and I'm here with Frank and maybe a couple times every once in a while, but. Boxing is so terrible for me to follow, man. It's the shittiest sport to follow. I love watching it, but following is torturous because there's so much bullshit. The fights don't get made. Bullshit like we got around with Haney, going on with suing, and a lot of bitch assness and protections and build-ups and marinating and hyping up and fights don't get made and all that. It's just too much bullshit. It's tough to follow this sport. It really is. Watching it, I think, one of the greatest sports ever to watch. But following it,
well, what it opened my eyes to following the sport in this social media era is just how fans, where everybody gets divided. You got the Canelo haters, the Canelo lovers, the Loma lovers, the Haney lovers. So it just kind of opened my eyes. Like, damn, there's a lot of factions. That's what it is. A lot of factions within the sportsdom of boxing. That
Well, Frank, I've said it before, but for 20-something years I was on boxing message boards before I discovered YouTube, and they were, every once in a while you'd have a troll, because the thing about message boards is that it was easier to moderate. especially in smaller communities like boxing. You'd have somebody come in, troll. Okay, that guy's disrupting. Get him out of here. But with YouTube, anybody can have their own platform, and then certain communities of trolls form their own platforms and they just troll away. And then you got Twitter, which is a whole different world. So yeah, it is frustrating, and that's why I avoid Twitter. It's almost like for going underwater for me. I go in there for about I hold my breath and I go in there and then I get out. I can't stay there too long because, and that's the thing though, when people go back and forth on Twitter, I don't know how they do it, man, because you got to write and then you got to wait for the other person to reply, and then people are sly with the replies. They use rhetorical fallacies to dodge the point, and it becomes annoying. So yeah, I agree, man. I agree with you guys. If it's on the air, like on this show for entertainment, because there's people listening, yeah, sure, let's give them a show and let's go back and forth. But if it's on Twitter or in the
I'm a Twitter head. I'm a Twitter head. And the reason why I'm a Twitter head is because I am able to prove my points, because I'm able to post receipts. You know what I mean? Here's this video. Here it is. Here's that. Here's this document. Here's that. So you can actually validate your argument. Here from a chat is even right now within us. I only can tell you what I can tell you, but I can't put it up on the screen like, Toma, here it is, man. Eat that. You know what I mean? Because it's so it's a little bit different. So that's why I do like Twitter. But I do understand what you're saying. There's a lot of retards who don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and a lot of fallacies and making these triangle theories or strong mind arguments. You know what I mean? Or they always do some red herring where they're always bringing, well, what the fuck does that got to do with this conversation, my man? You know what I mean? They do that a lot too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to stay. Sometimes I'm reading that because I usually go on Twitter just to get a feel on what people are saying, what people are doing, what they're believing. See, that's what I go there for. I don't go there to interact with people too much because, like you said, it's even if you show them. I've seen that before. I've seen people post, like they say, the receipts, right? They post a video, they post an article, putting their point, and the person still won't accept it. So it's ultimately futile to go back and forth with these people too much because they'll never accept what you give them, even if it's right in front of their faces. And it's the same thing that I would say to about Bill Haney and Devin Haney. It's like they should have let what happened go. They should have just stayed silent, radio silence, because that's the same advice I'm applying to myself. Sometimes I see people saying something so stupid, and then I hold myself back and go, okay, let's say I go after this person. What am I gaining? Let's say I convert the person. What am I really gaining? That I converted one person who's made him see the truth, if it even exists, the truth. Well, what's the point? You know what I mean? So as long as it's on the show, for me, that's the way I do it. But I do understand why people go on Twitter, because it's almost unbelievable how dumb some of these people are with their opinions. So it's almost like you're compelled to do it and show them that they're wrong.
You got to learn when to reply and when not to. When you hear like straight up stupidity, all right, man. I'm not even gonna give you my time of day.
Well, what makes Twitter is addicting is that you could put the media up and you can see pictures and memes, because like BDA went real old school with the message boards. I know what you're because I remember like my experience on when going to different boxing websites, when there used to be boxing websites, they had the message boards, and I remember it was packed cards and Flomos. That was probably the first canalitas, how now people call you a canalita or a Haney sexual or Earl sexual. So that's what I see in boxing.
I'm only 24 years old, man. I don't know what y'all talking about.
But no, everybody uses it. Even guys like Rick Glazier, they say all these Gen Z words and stuff like that. So everybody's involved in these conversations, but it's even more magnified because, like you said, anybody can be on Twitter. So
exactly. That's what I like about Twitter. Like, for example, Crawford just blocked me last week. The same day that he blocked Showbiz. The same day. You know how Tio confronted Crawford and whatnot, and I put out the video. Look, man, the same thing that he's telling Tio's telling him, hey, it's because you want to take it to the street. It's because you don't want the world to see me beat you. And I amplified the video so that you can hear that's what's being said, and I posted it, and he blocked me for it. And then I had told Showbiz the same thing. Yo, man, be careful that he's gonna block you. And that's when he was telling him about that. Nobody wants to see the Canelo and Crawford fight. And guess what? He blocked him right after that. That back and forth.
You could just make another account. Like Oscar does. Some of these pounds said Rick Glazer and Oscar have freak offs. That's why, like BDAs, I like doing the shows because it's entertaining with the chat. You can't get that anywhere else. But yeah, only there can you get Oscar clapback. What's it? Clapback Thursday?
Yes, clapback Thursdays.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun for me. And then I read the comments and it's like, oh shit, people say that just the most insane things. And then you'll find Devin Haney's fan base, and is it BDA or HLD you said where these guys are crying? No, BDA, you said where they said if you like Ryan, you're racist, or how did you put it, BDA?
Well, I think I brought up the fact that they were saying that Ryan Garcia, it was unfair that Garcia said racist things, and yet he still has more love, or more, he's more well liked than Haney.
Exactly. Yeah,
we're in a polarized nation with the whole racist thing and all this shit, and so people amplify some things more than others, and take it to heart more than others. But anything nowadays is very, it's amplified real quick, and I don't really get into all that race. That's why I don't like getting into all the racism shit, because it's stupidity, man. It's a lot of stupidity and a lot of hypocrisy on everybody's side.
And I just like to say,
oh, go ahead.
Well, I just like to say that you're right, Frank. You were saying that like Twitter, you prefer YouTube because it allows you to do certain things that you can't do on Twitter, and that's essentially what I'd like to clarify too. That it depends. Like if you have I've chosen not to interact too much with people on Twitter. That's just me. But I understand, if you have the time, or if that's the platform that you grew up using or whatever, go on Twitter. But it's different forms of media too. I mean, YouTube is like HLD said. YouTube, you can, unless you're hosting, you can't really bring up something real quickly, like an article or something, whereas you can on Twitter. So it's different forms of media. It's different mediums rather, or media. Yeah, exactly, media. So it makes sense on what you prefer to do. But at the same time, it allows us to talk about this, and it allows us to spread our word. But then that's also the problem. In other words, you have to take the good with the bad with everything, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. But I'd rather have it than not have it, if that makes any sense.
It's me, Frank.
Oh, okay. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, no, I love it as entertainment. I get who's got the feedback. I get a lot of the clips and media. Like I'm posting what people are posting, like these memes. The clip that I got that from I think it was Stank Davis put that out. So it kind of gives you a. That
was that troll account who did that one. That was a troll account who did that one. He has the same name, Javante Davis, but he's got it spelled differently or something.
I've actually gone back and forth with Stephen Fulton. I called him Fool Boy.
Oh,
I did. I said, "You'll never fight a Nui. You're ducking them." He's like, "Nah, see, you don't understand." I'm like, "Nah, fuck that." And then he got. I think that's what I'm gonna just. I think what pressured him was all the shit that he was getting. He was never gonna fight a Nui, and I think after he's seen all the pushback on social media, then you're seeing that with Shakir Twitterson, right? He's realizing, oh shit, I have to fight Zepeda. I can't take a tune-up. So he's kind of changed his tune. I don't know. You
forced Fulton to get his ass beat.
Yeah. Because look, they see the negative media, like the thumbnail. David Benavidez fighting Jesse Hart. He put out like a propaganda that he was negotiating with Morrell because he's seen all the negative feedback. That's my what do you call it, suspicion.
These guys in the long run are starting to understand they really need each other. Lomachenko walking away from Tank, as they want to say, was not Lomachenko walking away. Loma got tired of all the bullshit, pettiness in the negotiations. He got tired because they were just doing a lot of bullshit. They were negotiating for like 3-4 months. It's not like, I decided I don't want to fight. No, it's that he got tired of the bullshit, all the pettiness in the negotiations from Team Tank, and he walked away. Who needs Tank more? Who needs who more? Well, Tank needs Loma more. He needs to get validated. Loma don't need him.
And I've spoken to you about this BDA now. I'm doing a live, so I'm going to talk about it. I know you don't. They talk about the negotiations, but that's the other thing about the Twitter. These guys are going back and forth on social media. Like we're getting an insight into the negotiations, right? And it's always interesting because now they're realizing they're looking bad. But go ahead. HLD, were you were saying something?
No, I had nothing else. I was just saying that Man, I even lost my train of thought. I'm not even sure.
Why did Terrence Crawford block you? Were you trolling him, or you just being a smartass to him, or why?
No, all I did was that video. There was 2 videos of Tio confronting Crawford. There were 2 of them. There was one from a top view, and then there was the one that they were face to face, and you couldn't really hear what was being said. And so what I did is I took that clip and I amplified it so you could hear what Tio was saying, and I even slowed it down so you could hear what Tio was saying. And that's when Terrence, in that clip, Terrence said, outside on the street, and Tio said, "Nah, in the ring, you just scared that everybody's gonna see me beat you." And so I amplified that, and then I get my trolling. Like, look, Tio pulled up on Crawford, and Crawford's talking about the streets, and Tio told him it's because you scared to lose in the ring, and he blocked me for that.
That
it went viral.
Offense.
No, but he blocked me for it because at the same time, that same day, Showbiz had put a poll if anybody was interested in that Crawford and Canelo fight, and it went against nobody wanting. The majority did not care for that fight.
Oh shit!
Right, and
so jump in anytime.
And so that's all.
To me it looked like Tio walked up on Crawford. People were like, "Oh, Crawford don't play that shit," and he punked Tio. And then the Ellie Suckback, he put another video out, and it looked like it was Tio that was stepping to Crawford.
Right. What I did is I called him. Yeah, I did troll him earlier. I put on my post was Kendrick Crawford got walked uneven with security by Teofimo to challenge and call him out to his face, and the best he could say is outside the ring. So I put like a duck emoji and a laugh, and then I put a reply by Tio. I was like, "Why? You scared? The world will see me beat you. You scared?" And that was pretty much that was the best thing he could say and so that's why he blocked me. It went viral. It had like maybe 300,000 views, if you will. That's considered viral.
Salute Charlie Murders or Big Say.
What up?
What's up, boo?
Salute to the panel, salute to the chat. How's everyone doing?
Who's that?
I'm doing my shadow band shit. I'm just whipping out a British accent out of nowhere. Okay, I guess I killed the conversation or what?
No,
hey, Frank, get this limey out of here, please.
I'm trying to get this guy a Macron from France or what? What is
You're
he?
just an average bloke, okay?
Hey, British guy, go smoke a fag. How about that? Hey, no, but you know what? Shout out to Sobers, by the way. Shout out to Sobers. You guys were talking about the waiting and how guys start realizing that they need each other. That's why, in a way, I like the Sheik, but at the same time, this year we started like the honeymoon period started to be over a little bit when he started trying to dictate to people what they should be doing, who they should be fighting. So we'll see where this goes, man, with the Sheik.
Well, did you see how pissed he was when AJ got slept? Apparently, the camera was on him, and he said, "Cut the camera." And I think Sober said he grabbed his boy toy's hand real quick. Who said that? He just was like,
okay, yeah, all right, good. Perfect. Let me jump in and say, bro, the way he snatched up that dude's hand, bro, like his little I know. Let me ask BDA. I know you've seen that movie, Alexander, right? The one with Colin Farrell.
Right. Oh wait a minute! How do you know I saw it? Like, what are you trying to imply here?
Because I know you like old epic shit like that. You know what I mean? I know you like Greek mythology. You like
it's from 2004. It's not old, but whatever. Yeah.
Shout out to Sobers.
No, I'm saying, but shit that's like has to do with old times. You know what I
Okay.
mean? But
2004.
But look. Hold on. Look, I said that to say this, bro. At one point in the movie, he goes like to Saudi Arabia, right? And he finds this little Arabian boy toy that he wants to fuck, right? And he kind of fell in love with him, whatever, right? And that's who the turkey had with him at that. That's who that guy was who grabbed his hand. So you see how he's like, where's my fucking bitch? You know, he's like out there reaching behind him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And like he comes up, he catches up with him, and he gives him his hand, and he's like smiling, like, you know, it just looked like a bitch, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like, say she's with her man, and like, oh, his favorite team just lost. Like, oh my god, he's crazy. He's about to hate fuck me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell that fool's like, I'm about to get fucked.
You say he's got a harem full of women and eunuchs. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how many women are in the harem. Just a bunch of eunuchs.
Jeez Louise.
I haven't seen him with no women. How come I ain't seen him with no women, bro?
He's probably tired of women. He's in his experimenting phase.
Yeah. He shits on them. That's all he does with them.
Well, one thing he's done is supposedly he's lowered the pay-per-views, but is Fury Usyk gonna be $20? Like, see, that's my question. Is like, okay, he lowered like some shitty Shakira Cordina card. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, Joshua Dubois wasn't a shitty card, but it wasn't Fury Usyk. So, do you think that's gonna be $20?
No. Usyk versus Fury? I don't know. I don't know, bro. It depends. It really depends on how much money they made on their last pay-per-view. Because if they don't sell more than they did last time, or if they don't sell enough to make actual money, they'll just raise the price back to what it was at. You know what I mean? If they're not getting anything out of it, why try to get a couple more buys when it doesn't pass the few buys that you get when it's more expensive? Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's just Econ 101.
So honestly, I don't think a lot of people gave a fuck enough to buy that card.
Well,
you know, even though it wasn't a bad card, you know, like, you know, for like us, I don't know how many people were like, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna watch AJ that don't watch boxing on the regular. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even at $20, like I think the Shakira card was going to be $14.95.
If they take off the pay-per-views and then they just put, and then I think the Turkey's already doing something like this, bro. If he just aligns himself with the zone, and then they just tie in that monthly price to all the fights that he's trying to make, then they could possibly make some money off of that. That'd be maybe more worth it, like a monthly fee, and he puts on all these fights, you know, that people kind of like.
Well, dude, I literally said that because.
Oh, did you?
I guess I seen a headline that because Dana White is getting into boxing with the Turkey, and it's gonna be through UFC Fight Pass. Now,
yeah. He already has a couple boxing shows on the UFC Fight Pass. Roy Jones Jr. has his own league. It's like Roy Jones Boxing.
Okay, so that's what I said. I said, watch. I think he'll try to do something like a boxing Fight Pass.
He's already done. You know, I think he's already let it be known. I think I've already heard him say out loud that he wants to get into boxing now that Showtime and HBO are gone. He said there's a big old void and he wants to get into that. And it would make sense, bro, because his time with the UFC looks like it'd be coming to a close, bro. All the stuff that he could do before, whatever, it's real corporate now. It's no longer owned by him and his friends. You know what I mean? He's like he's the CEO, but he's still kind of an employee now. So I do see him like trying to do other avenues, and he tried it already with the power slap shit. That was supposed to be like a new fun project for him and his friends at Fertitas, right? And I don't know how far that's gonna go. So I'm sure, you know, that's him just fucking around. He's probably gonna be more serious when he gets into boxing, and he'll be running the show. He'll probably leave MMA, bro, and just go all the way into boxing.
Yo, do you guys hear about Shane Mosley? I heard he's fighting at some casino, man. Like, I don't know if it's pro
I
fighter
was looking for the fight.
or exhibition.
It was an exhibition.
It's an exhibition.
Oh, damn. Thank God. I was about to say. I'm like, fuck.
Hey, speaking of Asian women, you know, I hear Frank likes them. You got to watch out for them Asians, Frank, Asian women, because you saw what happened to Shane Mosley when he went out with Jean Mosley. She ended up taking half of what he owned. Plus the belts on top of it.
I seen that. It's an Asian fetish. Everybody has it. Come on, everybody has an Asian fetish. Right? They say like the Asian dolls. You know, they have a little a certain charm. Put it that way.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Why those? From what I hear from people on the Discord and all that, they say that Rachel Donner really only goes to a certain type of show. And I don't know, man. I remember what Ripper used to talk about, and I said, I don't know about that. I never really watched those shows, so I don't know what's going on. But if indeed it is true, it is bizarre. So you got to watch out there, Frank, man.
Well, it's
Come
not
on,
just
Alonso,
her.
what's up, man?
It's Asian Sensation Saturday. I'm just, Frank.
Is she coming on the show tonight?
No, it's just
Okay.
it's Smash Pass or Wife Up. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
game. Yeah. So I'm just because YouTube does like an AI thing. Like, let me just
Rachel, if
I'ma
you
just
see me
say
on
one
this
thing.
panel and you see me, I had nothing to do with
With all
this.
respect to Rachel, to all respect to Rachel
Rachel
Donaire.
Donaire's a nice lady, bro. She knows
Much-
boxing.
She is, man. She's a
Much
all
respect to
respect.
Rachel
Good people.
Donaire,
I'm
but
not like, hey, she got a fat ass. I'm
No,
like,
but I'm, I'm just saying. I'm just putting it
Pretty.
out there.
and it's just but the AI, they summarize the video, and I've done other ones, and they said that Frank Bay is very respectful and showing respect to these beautiful women. So that's what it's about.
Oh,
That's
I
right.
can appreciate that. I can appreciate that.
But it is smash or pass, and you can pay smash or pass.
Now, again, we're not saying anything.
Bonito.
Yeah, we're not saying anything controversial here or anything disrespectful. I will say one guy that was disrespectful. I don't know who it was. Somebody created a fake Rachel Donaire account, and it said, like, if you went to the community profile, it said Rachel Donaire, 20 years experience in the corner of Nonito Donaire. If you need a cut man, trainer, what's it called, strength and conditioning coach, what else was it? Manager, I do it all. And then the person lists, her accomplishments. She goes, I used 20 years working with Nonito Donaire, 5 years at Pleasure Palace in Las Vegas. I go, wait, Pleasure Palace in Las Vegas. So that person, yeah, that's another whole deal. We're just saying, hey, look, watch out. That's all we're saying.
no, and no disrespect to Donaire's, but let's be real. I mean, she would only go to when she can go to your channel, BDA, where you guys talk about all kinds of boxers. She would only go to these casual black channels like Mark Nash, and LDBC, where they only talk about 4 boxers. It's the truth.
Well, maybe they reached out.
No. She would only go to channels where they talk about 4 boxers, and they don't even know the fighters in his weight class. Like, I remember one time with Mark Nash or others, I would type in like Cuadras, Chocolatito, Rungvisai, and he couldn't even read the names. He didn't even know who they were. Estrada didn't even know who they were. But so I don't know why she would go on channels where they wouldn't even watch her husband fight.
Well, you know what?
I never understood that.
It goes around, man, because I remember.
But it's the truth. I'm not hating.
You're not hating.
It's the truth.
When Clarissa Shields, she saw Inoue beat Fulton, I think she tweeted something along the lines of, wow, I've never seen this guy fight. I only saw the highlights. I didn't know he was that good. And then, I don't know if you guys saw recently, Shakur Stevenson, he was talking about guys that he watches or something, other boxers. He goes, that little Chinese guy, and then somebody goes, Inoue. Yeah, Inoue. And I go, Chinese guy, Inoue. So, the myth around boxers is that they watch a lot of boxing. That's not the reality. The reality is a lot of these guys do this for a living. They're in the gym day in, day out. When they get out of the gym, the last thing they want to do is watch more boxing. They're not doing it like fans like us who watch everything. So it's understandable that they're not up to date. But so that's what they should be a little bit more honest and say, well, I don't know who's pound for pound because I haven't watched all of these guys or blah, blah, blah. But sometimes they act like they're the authority, or fans will use them as an authority. We're like, well, this guy is a professional boxer, so his opinion carries more weight than yours. Yeah, but they're not watching boxing, really. They know, like, obviously, if they would kick your ass in sparring, they would kick my ass in sparring, but there's a difference between that and being able to gauge talent.
Oh yeah, being in the gym and talking to boxers, a lot of them, they couldn't tell you who's on the pound for pound list. They don't follow it like that. Like I would try to talk boxing with them. They're like, oh yeah, that's cool.
And even trainers. And like I said, I understand why. I mean, a guy like Robert Garcia probably spends 80% of his day, of his work day in the gym. He doesn't have time to, I'm going to go, and he's got a family. So why? Now he's going to go home and watch more boxing? It's like he's sick of it probably. He's got boxing up to his ears.
And that's the other thing, like, okay, I'm talking boxing, and I know you talk BDA boxing, but I think people expect you to know every fight and every fighter. I'm like, dude, I don't really want to watch fucking... I seen earlier, did anybody see Cashflow Diaz?
Yeah, I watched him. What?
It's like, bruh. Like,
what's wrong with Cashflow Diaz, bro?
He's broke.
Come on, that whole... I'm glad you're here. That whole shit with this chick was corny. His chick was like his trainer, and they're talking about sparring each other. It was super cringe, bro.
Floyd Diaz.
That was look when he was when he was fighting, bro. They had the camera. You know how they go to the corner? They had the camera on bullet, and more than they had it on the fight. You know what I mean? And it wasn't even him saying anything meaningful. They were just like, "Come on, speed, show that animal." You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what the fuck? Why are you guys deviating from the fight just to see this dude? He's like over here oily as fuck. He's sweating more than the boxers, screaming and shit with those fucking oily ass dreads. It was crazy as hell, bro. Watching that shit.
Oh man.
Bro, you gotta watch it. He had his
1,
girlfriend in the
2.
corner. Yeah, he turned around and said, "Yeah, I told him throw that. I told him throw that." Like, man,
yeah, bro, it was crazy,
bro. I gotta watch this now.
But him overall as a fighter, he wasn't that good. But people expect you to watch every single fight. It's like, bro, honestly, sometimes like the better BF card, I'm just gonna watch the main event. Like I know you like it, media, but I really don't have an.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Okay, first of all, now people are presupposing what I like. Like first, it's Never Sober saying that I like Greek homosexual pieces or something, and now you're saying, oh yeah, BDA likes crap. BDA likes box crap.
No,
listen.
it's just.
I know. But look, let me just check out. Let me just check out what is the. Let me just check out what is the card for Beterbiev Medieval. So you got Opetania fighting a heavyweight, or a former heavyweight, Jack Massey, who's fought up all the way to heavyweight. He went 12 rounds with Joseph Parker. Wardley versus Clark. That was a good fight, the first one between two undefeated heavyweights. So I think that should be good.
That's Chris
Eubank versus Seremeta. Now that's one that I don't know why that's on pay-per-view. That's no, I don't. Then you got female boxing, which that means it's not a fight. And that's about you're right. This card is one of the weaker ones from Riyadh season.
Yeah, Ben Whitaker, Eubank, Sopataya.
Oh yeah, Ben Whitaker, by the way, he's always styling. That's what they say. Instead of saying clowning around, they call it styling now. He's styling. He'd be styling on opponents, and I'm thinking, okay, so he dishes it out, right? That the clowning on his overmatched opponents. And I'm watching an interview with him where apparently his grandmother raised him or something, and then when he went to the Olympics, he had to sacrifice going to her funeral and went to the Olympics instead. And as he's telling the story, he starts breaking. He not just crying, he starts bawling. And I go, you can't be the clown and the guy that clowns opponents, the bad guy, and then cry in an interview. Oh, am I wrong, guys? Come on, what's your opinion on that?
No, I get it. No, all of a sudden you love your grandma, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Nobody wants to see that shit when you're shucking and driving in the ring, shimmying, shamming, shaking your ass. You know what I mean? You gotta be a funny guy on the mic. You know what I mean? Like, my grandma was dying, and I told her, "Fuck that shit. I gotta blow out of here. I gotta go medal to win. So fuck, you know what I'm saying? So this is killing my vibe. You know, you gotta make a joke about it, bro. You know,
yeah, you gotta laugh.
But obviously, you know, they do that to try to get that sympathetic. You know, they want you to feel for them like they're humans and shit. Right. You're not people. You're not people. Your bags of meat. Fight.
Right, they go a little overboard with the sob stories. Like they did a whole expose on Shakira dating Joette's sister. Like, okay.
Oh my God, let me cook on that, Frank. Let me cook on that. I cannot believe that father, Joette's father, and Joette agreed to do that embarrassing storyline. They basically agreed to be like, hey, we're gonna make you guys out to be the racist family, and you guys don't like this black dude.
I don't think
before
they
he
knew
was
that.
Puerto Rican. This was Shakur before he was Puerto Rican. And they were like, hey, you're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure that you don't like them piping down your daughter. Not even the female, the sister, didn't even agree to be on camera. It was just embarrassing. And then in the end, just for him to get beat, I can't believe they fucking pushed to agree for that racist storyline to just make Mexican people look racist. I can't believe that shit got approved on television, and then when you call this shit out, they're gonna say, "Nah, you're tripping. You got a black people problem." That's the kind of shit I can't stand, man. Anyways, that's it.
So look, check it out, though, bro. I don't think Joette's family knew what's up like that. The dad barely speaks English, so they probably were like, you know, kind of like tricking him into that a little bit. And it was a weird thing to harp on, and it's a weird thing to have like the fight centered around like, oh, he's fucking his sister and they're racist and they don't like it, and the dad disowned her because she's fucking a black dude, and they don't know what it is, but we know what it is. And you know, it was a weird little you know, everyone likes to say everything's a ritual. It was a weird little humiliation ritual they did on the family, bro. It's like I honestly,
That was ESPN,
Joey
right?
was adult though. Joey was an adult. He should have.
But that was ESPN.
Joey should have known better, but maybe he thought he was gonna win, and because if he won, it would have been like more worth it. But it's funny now, even to this day, bro. I don't think that girl is cool with her family, bro.
Yeah, and then on top of that, at the end, Shakur even left her not too long after.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's the funniest thing about it, bro. Did he marry you, you dumb little bitch? No. So you embarrass your family for that guy, who as soon as he made some money, he's fucking some little female rapper that's already been ran through.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So he dropped her as soon as he could upgrade. So little pendeja, like for real.
Yeah,
you get what you fucking deserve.
No, wait a minute. I think you were going to use another phrase there, a common phrase or a common saying. I don't know. I don't like where this is going, but I will say this. What you can't, some of these ESPN, you gotta be careful with these ESPN hit pieces. But Top Rank, really, you gotta call it out, man. Top Rank's ESPN year has been subpar compared to other years. It's actually really, I can't even recall any memorable moments from these year from these ESPN fights.
Well, the most memorable one wasn't even on their network. It was their Pride and Joy, Baby Anderson getting slept. But
yeah,
on
you're
their
right.
network, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, shit, do they even have any stars? Because they're hyping Xander. It was meh. He was very meh last night. I'm gonna get hate. Loma only fought Cambozo, which isn't a big fight. So, what stars do they have right now?
Yeah, it's weird. I've never seen Top Rank in this position before.
Yeah, they're.
It was Shakira. Shakira was their star, and he stunk out the joint.
He stunk out the joint.
Xander, what I realized from Xander, he's just gonna start the fight, put it on cruise control, 70, 75 miles an hour, and stay right there throughout the entire fight. He ain't gonna give you more, he ain't gonna give you less. You know what I mean? And so
that's not necessarily a bad thing necessarily, because if he keeps on winning, he could get the Puerto Rican support. But what I mean by that is, all he has to do is keep on winning. So you got that O, they can market that O nowadays. And then you look at a guy like Bivol now, he's getting a big fight. He's not the most entertaining guy out there. He's on cruise control too, like you said, but now he's getting his big fight. So for the moment, he's still young. All he has to do is keep on winning. And I think something big could happen. But yeah, it's not the best approach.
It's just his style is just that he's so in control. Bivol is a very good example. He just doesn't break his game. He stays to who he is. And that's what Xander does. He's just gonna break you down steadily throughout the fight, but you're not gonna get him to throw 150-pound punches in a round. But you're not gonna see him just throw 30. He's just gonna stay right there from beginning to end. And so I can see how it can get kind of boring, if you will, at times, because you would like him to finish the dude. But he's just a steady fighter, and that's what I've seen now. And I'm having to have to understand that that's who he is. You know what I mean? And if he knocks you out within that, then he knocks you out within that. And if he doesn't, he's still going to win on the cards. And that's who he is.
You know what's funny about that? I hear a lot of people high on Jeron Ennis, for example. And I was high on him when he beat what was the name of this Colombian or Venezuelan dude? Abreu. Abreu. He beat Abreu a couple of years ago. I think it was pre-pandemic. And I was saying, whoa, because I remember but what was the guy's name? There was another Russian dude that ended up getting popped for PEDs, and he hasn't fought since. But Besputin, something like that. That dude was looking like a welterweight Lomachenko, and he beat Abreu. But then Jeron Ennis comes along and actually stops the guy. So I was like, oh shit! But since then, I've realized, looking at the Karen fight, he can't work his way on the inside. It's one thing to know how to fight on the inside. It's another thing to be able to work your way on the inside. He couldn't do it, and I was starting to realize that knowing how to get on the inside is starting to become a bit of a lost art. You have some guys that know how to do it, but for the most part, these guys, they're just practicing on, no, this guy has to come to me. I'm faster, so I'm just going to use my speed advantage and let him come to me. But then when they fight somebody that knows how to move, apparently people were saying the same thing that occurred yesterday with Carrington, then all of a sudden they look clueless. I'll give you another example. I was watching the behind-the-scenes thing that they released for AJ versus Dubois. There's a point in the fight where Ben Davison goes up to Joshua in the corner. He goes, all right, listen. If he rushes you, I want you to get low and I want you to clinch. I think get low and clinch. So that's how he thinks he's going to stop Dubois Rampage. No, block the shot or pivot or slip and count. No, you got to go for the clinch. That's your main weapon, which again should be illegal because you're telling the guy clinching, which is illegal. So yeah, man, I don't know about you, what you guys think that this working your way inside is a lost art. How many guys out there are there competent enough that can consistently do that?
Not many. I mean, like you said with the Carrington fight, that was one of them. He was throwing from like 3 feet away. Watch the fight, and he was throwing a lot of missed shots. It was like he was trying to load up and throw, but still back out at the same time. That's another technique. Like Shakur, hey, when they throw their punches, they're already bailing. So we're not even talking about fighting on the inside. And okay, crucify me, and that's why I like watching Canelo Alvarez. He stays in the danger zone. You know, he runs to it, you know, so to speak, but with skill. But who other than that can we say commits the body, frames, you know, steps around, throws a liver shot, uppercut? I mean, what other fighters do you enjoy watching to do that?
Yeah, I mean, the Canelo thing, that I was disappointed because, okay, Berlanga was bigger and younger and all that, but I mean, I still would have liked to have seen Canelo inflict more damage. But I guess we just gotta accept that Canelo's who he is. He's just gonna go in there, jackhammer a guy, sledgehammer a guy, one punch at a time, and boom, that's it. But I was one thing that did strike me as important was the fact that he would, like you said, he's in the danger zone, and when he would throw a shot, and you would see the opening. As a spectator, you saw, oh, there's an opening, and Berlanga would see it, and he would try to get at him, and then Canelo would lean back, or he would block right away. It's like, holy shit, his reflexes are still down to a pad. And I think that's one of the main keys here. You have to be confident in your defense to be able to work your way inside. If you're trying to work your way inside with your lead hand down, like some of these guys do, they're never going to be comfortable. It's not. Try anyone that spars. Try that. Try to pressure a guy with your lead hand down. It's mechanically it's awkward, and because you're always seeing the punch coming, so you constantly have to move your head. And if you're moving your head excessively, it gives a guy a chance to pivot around you. So gotta put those hands up and gotta know how to work your way inside, man.
That's why I think Chocolatito is the best in this era when it comes to that inside game fighting. Nobody better than Chocolatito. Nobody, in my opinion.
Think about why Tio's working with Canelo, because Tio's one of the most frustrating guys to watch. With BDA just said, he's so stuck in between, kind of walking forward with that lead hand down, where if he could kind of implement some of the things Canelo does, he would be a all-around fighter. But that skill set is lacking, because you got to remember, being on the inside is dangerous. Number one, they don't want to be on the inside. They're inside adverse.
Tio's also hoping that Canelo would want to buy his contract out. Or someone.
But we're gonna
buy it out.
I'll touch on it in a minute, but we're gonna see somebody that is a master at that in Benevidez. Benevidez is a master at range, getting on the inside. He'll eat some shots getting inside, but he's a master. Like Canelo Alvarez is a master at. I look at like they're like painters. You know, they're not gonna kill you with volume and movement. They're gonna paint you up. You know, their right hand, left hand are brush strokes.
You know
I
what,
got
man?
Pitbull in that fight.
Just real quick, my Frank, Canelo wasn't always a great pressure fighter. If we recall, he actually looked very awkward when he first stepped up, when he fought Austin Trout. You remember that fight? There was a lot of staring. He wouldn't, and then he would swing a wild right hand from like you said, from like 3 feet away, and you're thinking that's not gonna get it done. What are you doing? Then you compare him. You fast forward about 8 years when he fights another southpaw in Billy Joe Saunders. Now you see him taking little steps back, being relaxed, knowing when to explode, not exploding from far away because you're not confident in your ability to close the gap. It took work, and that's what these guys have to do. They have to put in the work to work their way on the inside.
But that's the activity aspect as well, right? Like one of the things you have to master in boxing is range. One of the masters was Gennady Golovkin, was an absolute master at range, how to get inside without being in danger. It sounds kind of what was the term? Contradictory.
Right, contradictory.
You gotta swim without getting wet, my boy.
Oh, come on! You had to come. You had to come up with the colloquial expression. Yeah.
The thing is that the better you get at something, the slower everything else becomes.
Right. Yep.
You know what I mean? For myself, I've been into racing, street racing and whatnot too. And when you're Yeah, when you're doing 140 miles an hour on a highway, immediately at the first time in your life, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, everything's just coming." But once you settled into that shit, like the cars are coming at you like slow motion, and you cut in between like nothing. You cut through each car like butter, like nothing. But it's because you already get used to that pace. And so when a boxer is used to, avoiding these punches like Canelo would do or Chocolatito would do in the pocket, it's because they've been practicing at it for many, many, many hours. And so the fight becomes slow, kind of like a baseball player. Once you're used to seeing 100-mile-per-hour baseballs, you start seeing the stitch on the ball. This is a fastball. Oh, this shit is a curve. Oh, this is a splitter. You see what's coming at you, but it's because of the practice that you put into the game. And so that's what happens with some of these, elite fighters. Crawford himself, his timing. He looks slow as shit, but his time versus Majimov, but his timing for his punches are still on point, and that's just the years of experience of what he's been doing.
That's right, muscle memory. But it is a shame. Like now, I got a question because I haven't really seen too much of this dude. But the guy that, beat Santillán, what was his name?
Norman.
Norman Jr.
I've never really seen I only saw one other fight of his before the Santillán fight. Is he a good pressure fighter or?
No, man. If you see his last 3 fights, he fought. I think he fought Maduro. He fought his last 3 fights before that fight. They were ugly fights. He got dropped in one of them. He just didn't look great at all. What he did versus Santillán was he was able to outdog the dog, and Santillán's game plan was shit. He thought he was going to be able to bully this kid, and this kid proved to have more balls in him. Yeah.
Norman had got dropped by an average journeyman, Boca Chico.
Boca Chico.
And actually, I think Norman got saved. They had stopped the fight because Boca Chico had a nasty cut, but Norman was in a lot of danger. But Norman he's stuck in between he wants to be a pressure physical fighter, and then he wants to box in like a Philly shell. These guys are confused, man. I think they grew up in the gym watching Floyd and like try to implement it, but then they get a real trainer. Okay, throw to the body. You said it. You can't be in that defense, but throw sharp, crisp body punches and then get out of range. You're always in range with that Philly shell. And if you remember Floyd Mayweather, he would actually take a guy's hardest punch because it was going to be hard to get out of range as the fight started to heat up.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. And yeah, that's a Shakur Stevenson too. He tried to be more aggressive against Hartununian or whatever his name was, but he was leaning back too much. So you can't really generate power. So, okay, it's all well and good to pressure a guy and stand in front of him, but if you're leaning back, which is a big no-no in boxing, he makes it work because he's had incredible reflexes. But then if you want to really stump a guy, you got to commit to your punches. You got to have your foot forward a little bit more.
What I'm really starting to realize is that all these people that try to do the Philly shell, they don't know how to punch off of it like Floyd does. I don't even know why they keep doing that shit. No one till this day has come close to punching off the Philly shell like Floyd does.
Because the Philly shell
as a reason to not fight.
Because the Philly shell is a situational defense. It's not the entire fight defense. The best places for that is when you're on the ropes or momentarily on the inside, but it's not for an entire fight. And that's what Mayweather. He wasn't always in the Philly shell. It's situational. And these guys want to use
how to punch off of it. He's the only one that knows how to punch off of it.
You have to punch off of it and in the right positions of a fight. Off the ropes, it's much easier. You're able to lean back on the rope, and you're able to come back with it. But throughout the fight, you can't do it that way. That's why it's very situational. You're not supposed to use that Philly shell throughout the entire fight. And that's where, guys like sometimes like even Tio himself, he gets in trouble with it because he wants to use it. He's been getting away from it now. But, a lot of guys who want to use it all the time, you can't use it on. You're gonna get your ass beat because it's not supposed to be for an entire fight.
Exactly, that's well said. Yeah, and
well said.
That's one thing I seen about Xander.
It's a skill, partially. It's partly you gotta know how to turn your punch over your wrist. You also have to condition yourself to be able to punch. In other words, strain your wrist, strain your forearm. your hands as well. There's some old school techniques where people actually punch the punching like barehanded, not hard, but just enough, to harden the knuckles, create some calluses. And then there's a bunch of other exercises to strengthen the wrist and all that, because it actually does well to absorb the punch. It's your base, your wrist, your forearm. It's a base for your fist to when you make impact. So there's a whole science, or not science, but for lack of a better word, science, a method to being a puncher. And I feel like a lot of these guys, you see them hitting the pool noodles, or you see them hitting those like ping pong pads. You ever see those guys in the gym where they're holding the ping? Yeah, that's good if you're warming up or whatever, or maybe if the trainer, I don't know, he's got a problem with his wrist that day or whatever. But or when they hold the mitts, and you see a guy punches, and the trainer's punching with him, so that he meets the punch halfway. I'm thinking you're not teaching your fighter how to punch through the target. So punching technique goes a good long way, and you see a lot of these guys, they don't know how to punch, and then on top of that, like you said, they're in the wrong position on top of that.
Well, that's why Shakira just got injured, right? When he threw like a weenie ass body shot, and he cries, he just crumbles. Like,
bro, I think that was, I don't know, bro. That looked fake as shit, bro. That looked fake as shit, don't you think? That looked fake to me. I think they realized that, man, this fight is gonna be shit. It's not even worth doing. I got this lingering injury. He probably already had a lingering injury, and they always been putting off the surgery. And so, you know what? Just do it now. We'll use that as an excuse, because that fight was supposed to be like pay-per-view against some
Cordina,
like moving up, and it's the same thing that like Tank trying to do, bring up Roach from 130 to 135, and wow. You know what I mean. So I think they just say, look, man, you got this lingering injury. Why don't you just get the surgery now, and we'll just call off the fights. We don't have to embarrass ourselves with this shit fight.
People always talk about how the Sheik knows boxing. He's a big fan of boxing, which I take the good with the bad, and he's done a lot of good with bringing these fights at a reasonable price. However, how can you tell me he's a fan of boxing and then he wanted to have Shakur Stevenson as the last fight before Bivol Beterbiev? I mean, that's insanity. That's going to drive people away.
Who's it going to be now? Who's it going to be now? No,
probably Cordina or maybe Fabrice. No, I think I don't know, man. Where is this card taking place? Is it taking place in England or?
Yeah, I think it's Saudi.
No, it's in Saudi. It's a Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so they should. I don't know. It should probably be Fabio Wardley versus Frazier Clark, because I'm looking at the schedule on ESPN, but they don't tell you the order sometimes.
A banger, as they say.
A banger, banger and mash. Yeah.
No, it is. But like I said, I don't think he knows boxing. I think he knows probably the promoter Eddie Hearn, who like is schooling him. But that guy's a snake. So he's gonna do his best to get paid and get his fighters paid, not put on the best fights. Like, that's their job, right? To hustle. Promoter's job is to hustle.
Is that we really don't know what's his end game of this whole boxing thing for them. Is it really just to promote the Riyadh season resort and all that stuff, and Saudi, just the Saudi name, to put it out there? And because the money is not a joke. That I forgot the name of the athlete association that they got, but they got like a $15 billion pot, bro, just for this.
If you look at the screen, Tyson, when AJ got rocked, he looked at Turkey and said, "Man, this fucker cost me $150 million." He's about to get paid. Turkey wants AJ and Tyson. I think he said that was his first and main goal, was to make AJ and Tyson Fury. And he's gonna pay this guy $150 million to make it happen. They're still gonna fight.
No, I mean, there's still money in that fight just because of the name in itself. Not that I really give a shit about it, but
I'm not paying for it, bro. I mean, I know BDA's gonna pay. He's gonna buy it.
Wait a minute. What?
You like AJ? You said you were buying the boy.
I said I was what?
You were buying the boy. The
boy. No, I said I picked Joshua to win. I was pretty certain he was going to win.
You saw the Japan animation that Turkey had made for the fight of AJ and the boy. He made a Japan animation and he put it up on Twitter, a little reenactment of the fight. It looked pretty good though. So he was pissed off about him losing, but he's rolling with it. He made a little movie clip of it in a Japan animation style.
It's probably just a drop in the bucket for him at this point. I mean,
it is a drop in the bucket. They got $15 billion. That's what the Saudi athletic, whatever I forgot their name, but That's all. That money is just for the promotion of for athletics in Saudi Arabia, and they got a $15 billion budget, so they got money.
But I got a question though. Fury's saying, well, he cost me $150 million, but won't he make something close to that if he were to fight Dubois right now? I mean, that would be a pretty big fight in the UK or in Riyadh.
My take is that I think Turkey was just going to give that to him for AJ to make it, because he got 100 for Usyk, right? So right. Fury, being the gypsy that he is, right, the hustler, he's like, that's what I'm saying. That
gotta watch it, man.
Okay.
He's not going to beat Usyk though.
I don't know, man. I mean, he rocked him, he hurt him, and he was winning. He won 6 rounds, in my opinion. Four fair, 6.
I got Usyk again.
I think I agree with Frank. I think there's a path to victory for Fury. I remember when the fight was coming up on our Discord, almost everybody unanimously was saying Usyk. Like, they were making it to be as if Usyk, all he had to do was show up and he was going to win. And it was harder than expected. Man, he had to walk through fire and find his second win to keep walking Fury down and tire him out. But Fury was putting it on him, man. He hurt him twice in that one, and it's only because Usyk's so good at hiding that he's hurt that Fury never really quite picked up on it. But that's a hard fight.
Usyk is built for this. He's built for this. He's built to go through that fire. That fire that I didn't think anybody thought it was going to be a walk in the park, but he's built for this adversity. He's built differently than anybody else in boxing that I know of.
I agree, but what I'm saying is see what it took for him, a guy at his size, to be walking a younger, bigger guy down. I mean, he had to redline it. And again, I'm not saying that I'm gonna pick Fury to win this one, but I'm saying there's a definite path for improvement for Fury, because think about this too. Usyk has been fighting. Oh, he's not a small guy either. He's 6'3.5", but he's sparring monsters and fighting monsters in the ring. The sparring takes its toll. He said it himself. He said, look, this training, me sparring day in, day out with these guys that are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", for him, that's big. For me, that's really nothing. But I mean, for him, he's in a different situation. That's got to take its toll on him. The sparring, the absorbing shots on the arms, and then the recovery. I mean, he's 38 now? Or
and he almost knocked out Fury.
Right, but what I'm saying is it goes both ways. So it's not a walk in the park, and you'd be surprised at how many people were saying it was going to be a walk in the park for Usyk.
No, I didn't think it was going to be a walk in the park at all. I mean, you look, this guy's a behemoth of a man, and he's got skills. There's no denying that. I just believe in what this man brings to the table just a little more. I believe in his fortitude. I believe in his mental grit. I believe that he'll go through that fire willing to die for it. And I don't know if Fury's all down for that. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries me about Fury is that he did a lot of good things in the first fight, but then you see him after the fight crawling out of a pub, and you're thinking, how the fuck, like that's gonna kill you. He's probably doing coke, by the way, still. So that shit kills your reflexes. The beer gets you out of shape. Now you gotta lose. Now you gotta go to a fat camp as opposed to an actual boxing camp, and it's like it's like with the Ryan Garcia thing. I know he's got a chance, but his outside the ring behavior is making me rethink about his chances.
Yeah, it's hard for any of these guys with all that money they have and to break any habit.
They were both at the AJ fight. They were both there. They were both hanging out, and they both look good. Pause. I think Tyson Fury's serious. Yeah, no, I think Turkey has a hand up his back, or a whip on him. No, because remember, he pulled out of the first fight, right? And then Turkey had him in a hostile situation, saying, "If you pull out."
Okay, what do you say? He pulled out, had him in a hostile situation. Like what?
It was there.
Blink 3 times if you're okay, man.
If he pulls out, Turkey's pointing at him like a child. If he pulls out, it's 10 million.
Put your hand on my lap.
Exactly. So I think he doesn't want to upset his daddy, his sugar daddy. These guys don't mistake Turkey's goofiness. That dude's a savage, man. He's throwing air punches. He thinks he's a fighter. I think he thinks he's living in a Rocky movie.
Well, not for nothing, but one phone call from him and he's chopping your head off or cutting your hands off.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Salute Turkey Ali. Thank you. Right, he's already.
That's no joke, man. He's associates with the guy that the United States is looking for. Got a bounty on it for killing that reporter.
Right.
He just took a picture with him just like a month, 2 months ago or so. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Turkey's creating the league now. I don't think a boxing league will ever happen. And especially if he creates a league, I mean, you're not going to get Canelo, you're not going to get Tank, you're not going to get Inouye. So what really league are you going to have? But I mean, he's working on it.
He's got the money for it, though. Let's say you exclude those guys, he could buy everybody else, though. See what I mean? Like, yeah, all right, you can't get Canelo because Canelo's not bending the knee to your ass. He's not holding your faggoty hand. We know that. and but everybody else, man, he's got him like Diddy with McMill on the left, you know, petting them. You know what I mean? And so he can buy everybody else, man. He's got the money to buy pretty much everybody else. I mean, he's got AJ, he's got Fury. So the only two guys he can't get is Tank and Canelo, and that's not a big deal, I think, because everybody else will supply what he needs.
Yeah, that's a good point. Money talks, man, and he's making it work so far. But that's the other thing. Oh, go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering, like, who's next as a mainstream guy? Because Canelo, he's 34, 35?
He'll be 35, yeah.
Yeah, so he's on the way out. Joshua used to be the face of boxing. He's gonna, unless they can rebuild him, chances are he's probably not gonna have the same star power as he used to have. So and then Tank Davis he's on the cusp of being mainstream, but he just keeps fighting nobodies. That you can become mainstream doing that. So who's the next mainstream guy that's gonna carry boxing?
Shit, I don't.
Devin Haney still got it all.
How could I forget about Devin Haney?
I'm gonna say something controversial. Shakira still could be. You never know, man. If he beats Zepeda and they finagle and manage his career right, they could pull one over on the public.
But it's not that he beats him; it's how he beats him.
No,
if he beats him like he beat Hearing or he's gotta beat the shit out of these guys, man. I'm not saying knock them out, beat the shit out of them at least.
I'm telling you how the cuck media works, man. If he beats Zepeda and he beats him somewhat convincingly, the cuck media, ESPN, Ring Magazine, who else is there? Boxing Scene, like you guys said, Jake Donovan, all these guys, they're gonna cut for him so hard.
Well, yeah, they're gonna want to, but it doesn't mean that people are gonna get out behind it. Because if he's boring, he's boring. It just doesn't matter. I mean, if you're boring, you're boring. And that's the. I mean, you know, as much as we want to talk, you know, I as much as I talk shit about Tank, you know, at least when he's fighting whoever this tomato can is, you know, it's entertaining for those who really want to see it. And that's not going to happen with Shakur.
Well, I'm just putting it out there as like a dark horse as far as who could take over. Because really what would have to happen is that the next boxer would have to take over the May 5th and September 16th dates. Like May 5th is basically the Super Bowl of boxing. I agree or disagree?
I actually like September better, but I don't know what. I think it's because the end of summer and all that shit. My family has a better time.
I think May 5th just because the news flow and the news cycle, right? We hear that term because May 5th leads into the September, right? Because like after the September and the Canelo news, everything kind of just dies down. It just goes into like hiatus, as they say.
I don't know. My house gets more packed in September. I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's because the end of summer and all that stuff. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Right. But that's from the previous cycle, like the May 5th news. Because once Canelo announces May 5th, then right after that, September 16th. So we got like a six solid months of actual boxing news coverage and other fighters being being propped up.
A consistent fighting out of his mind Tio could have done that because he was really on the cusp before that fuck up. He was really on that cusp.
Ryan. It was supposed to be Ryan after the win. He might have been the next May 5th, September 16th. Dude.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Ryan had that spot, and he just handled this whole bullshit that he did right afterwards, even with the suspension. Had he just handled it right, not acting a fool, just handled it right, he could have come back next year. Could have came back in May. Shit, why not?
Another name, but he's at least 2-3 years away, is Emiliano Vargas and Abazaba Mason. I know Sobers loves Abazaba. But they're hyping that kid up like he's okay.
What happened?
Abazaba could be a dark horse for one of these dates with them.
Yeah, I remember Sobers has been talking very highly of him.
Oh yeah, he loves that guy.
Man, we ain't worried about no Abba Zabba Mason. See what Emiliano does some later on, bro.
Emiliano, but like I don't want to put no hype on his name at all. I just want him to keep on cruise control where he's at, doing what he's got to do. He's working hard at his game. You can see that he is. And we'll see where he brings it. I'm not trying to put the Carmel Molten hype game on. I mean,
Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I don't want how they hyping him up and shit. I don't want to do that to any of these young fighters until it's time. I mean, I don't look. I mean, we were just talking about Xander. You admitted he's like, I'm not trying to put no hype on him. I'm like, yo, keep on grinding, keep on doing. I'm realizing who you really are, how you're gonna be fighting, and I say within the next year, then it's time to all right. We got to put up or shut up versus the big dogs.
I don't like watching these mismatches when prospects are on the come ups. Like they're just getting them. When a prospect turns pro, most of them will tell you. Most boxers, when they retire, they tell you. They tell you the life story, and they tell you, man, when I turned pro, just the feeling of not having headgear. Although now with the amateurs, they don't have headgear at the highest level. But back in the day, when you used to have to wear headgear all throughout the amateurs, when you transition to pro. No more headgear, and now you got these little ass gloves, 8-ounce gloves, 10-ounce gloves, and now you got so most of these fights are just getting them used to the pro ranks. But now these guys, like you guys were saying, now they only have about 3 fights per year at the prospect level, whereas in the past you used to have 5 at least per year. Before you even hit 20, you had at least 5 fights per year. Now these guys are having 3. It's like what we just saw.
We just saw Shushu yesterday. He finally matched him with someone equally skilled, and look how I think he probably even lost the fight for real. And he didn't look spectacular. He's 27 years old. So I don't know how much more of a prospect thing are we doing? You know what I mean? I mean, he's 27. You know what I mean? So the other guy is Keyshawn Davis. They're putting him in with the next. This is his third weight train 140-pound fighter coming down to 135. It was Pedraza, that last guy he fought, and then the guy who I thought beat Hitchinson. They're bringing him down from 140 to fight him. So this is his third 140 guy.
I thought that Argentinian guy used to be wasn't he fighting lightweight recently, and he actually moved up to fight Hitchins, or am I mistaken in that?
I think he had a few fights at 140. And he's also old. He's like 32, so you can imagine he's the weight cutting at 135. That I think most fighters, once you get into your 30s, you grow out of that 135 if you're a big dude. Yeah. Not too many 30-something-year-old guys are who start at 135 stay at 135. I don't recall any of them stay at 135 forever.
Speaking of Argentinians, because Argentinians have a weird history because they've never really been as consistent as Americans or Puerto Ricans or Mexicans or even guys.
No, that's because they're Germans. Because they're Germans.
Well, the Italian too, right? But no, but in all seriousness, they've created some good fight, like Monzon and recently Martinez. But it seems like they're inconsistent. But there is one guy who might be worth watching at this point. He's the guy that actually beat. That African dude that fought Carrington yesterday, this Argentinian dude, Mirko Cuello. He's only 24 and he fights like Chavez. I'm not saying he's as skillful as Chavez, but he's got that left hook to the body down to a pat. He's aggressive. You can watch some of his fights on YouTube. I've never been able to find the fight where he fought that African dude from yesterday. Apparently it took place in Las Vegas. But I know it's got to be floating around somewhere. But yeah, watch these dudes. Mirko Cuello could be something. Again, at this point, it's too early to tell. But 24, he's already going out there and destroying people. So make sure to catch him.
Mirko Cuello. Is that with a K?
With a C.
No, it's slim pickings. Benavidez was trying to challenge Canelo because that was one of the things too. Oh, Canelo needs to pass the torch, right? So, but nobody's ever going to get on the Benavidez train. Like even if he beat Canelo, would he be a face of boxing? Like we love saying, oh, Stank is the face of boxing. I guess Devin Haney's the face of boxing. we say these things, but I mean, it takes a lot more than a victory. I think it takes you have to do a consistent 3 or 4 years of that, not just beating one guy.
That's good. That's true. But you don't think
your shit don't work.
You don't think Benavidez could become mainstream with enough, especially if he were to beat Canelo?
No, he ain't beating Canelo, man. That guy's gonna get his ass beat soon.
If he beat Canelo, he would have to knock Canelo out because, my opinion, I think it would backfire. It was like when De La Hoya beat Chavez. It was a lot of backlash because you beat their legend. That's why another reason he should have went about it in a respectful manner, because then the Canelo fan base would have been more open to accepting Benavidez.
Yeah, that beautiful guy fought a Segawa, just to give you a heads up. It was another Segawa that he fought.
Oh, it wasn't the same guy?
No,
I thought it was
it was the one who beat up Ruben Villa in his last fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same guy that fought yesterday. Yeah.
Suleiman. So Segawa is the same guy that fought
Carrington yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't find the fight though. I can't find the Cuello versus Segawa fight. It's gotta be there somewhere because apparently it took place in the United States.
Yeah. He fought. Okay, now I'm looking at boxers. So then Segawa fought. Damn. So then put Cuello versus Shushu then, bro. That's the fight I want to see.
Hey man, we might need the Sheik to pull that one off.
Oh, but so Cuello lost. So Segawa lost to Cuello. Man, put Cuello in that fight, bro. Maybe, you know what? Don't be surprised. Top Rank pulls it out their ass and like, look, man, it's sink or swim time. And
you know what? Sorry, but apparently that fight, that the Cuello versus Segawa, that took place on the undercard of Zoo versus Fundora. So I'm guessing they must have filmed it. I don't remember seeing it. Do you guys remember seeing that?
Oh,
in the prelims.
I might have, but I can't think. No, I can't. Can't say I did.
Anyway, yeah. But by the way, so you don't think that if Benavidez? Sorry, there was as well.
No.
Well, we're seeing one of the prelims. What were you asking?
What?
You said,
okay, you can tell Sobers is high as fuck, man. No, sorry. What I'm saying is because that Cuello dude. Fuck, I'm already forgetting his name. I'm high too. I'm getting.
You're high as fuck, BD.
No, I'm getting the contact high. Cuello, the Argentinian guy I told you about, he fought Segawa, and apparently it was on the undercard of Fundora versus Zoo, but had to have been the prelims. So I don't know if it was too early to film or if they actually caught it on tape. I don't know, man.
Oh
yeah, I can't find it. I only
seen Segawa fight when he beat up Villa. So
what'd you say? I didn't hear you. What?
I've only seen him fight when he fought Ruben Villa.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've seen him before that.
That fight's on YouTube.
Yeah, the Carrington fight is up. Somebody posted this up. I don't know if they're gonna take it down. Top Rank is very strict about people reposting their fights or even just clips of them.
No, I think that's the Zone who really got the biggest. Top Rank don't. I think they actually don't give a fuck. I think they made a like a year ago. They said that they're so that everybody could share their fights and all that stuff. And
that's what I heard. That's what I heard. But then I started. I've been using their clips, and they copyright strike you or they demonetize you. The Zone and PBC. The Zone and PBC don't do that. They let you use their clips, and as long as it's not under 5 seconds. These dudes, if you use it and you're monetized, they take the money.
I want to see Cuello versus Carrington. I'm going to put that out.
Oh, and I forgot. Yeah, we were talking about Norman earlier. He's injured, so there goes that. You mentioned Duran Ennis, and they're trying to make him a star. He could have been a future star.
Doesn't that sound just like the Shakur story?
It's all possible with these guys, man. They to me that they don't want to fight each other. So,
bro, he's only gonna get like $100,000 for that fight. So you turn down 1.7 for 100,000. Smart business, bro.
It's insane, man. That is absolutely insane.
Well, he doesn't want to. It was gonna be in Philadelphia, and he didn't want to fight in Duran Ennis's hometown and basically give up his belt. Like he had to knock him out to win. Is what his feelings were.
And let's say this injury is real. You know what I mean? Let's say it's real. and it gets to the point where he's in champion in recess.
Yeah, but the downside is that we get Geronis and Karen Kardashian again. He just fought David Abanesian. Now he's fighting Karen Kardashian again.
Well, that's not his fault though, as far as the boot side. But I'm looking at what I'm talking about what the Morionic moves of the Norman family over there. How the fuck you gonna turn down 1.7 for $100,000 fight to be on the undercard of Keyshawn Davis? That makes no sense. And so that's what I'm saying. Now this injury, if it's real, that's fucked. Hopefully it's just a fake thing, so they don't have to honor this fight, and they can then negotiate another fight down the line. You know what I mean? Kind of like what Keyshawn with Shakur's doing with his injury.
Yeah, but my prediction was that Ennis. This is my opinion. This is my prediction. When it all started, I said, look, they're just using Norman as a smokescreen to sell you another Karen card. They had no intention of her finding Norman. I'm telling you, they just needed that to say, oh, see, we tried to make the fight, but he didn't accept, so we have to make Karen Kardashian.
I think that's just the backup of what it is. It's a mandatory fight, though, right? Is it not?
Come on.
I mean, that's what they did. That's what the IBF, right?
What I'm saying is, if they didn't create that little fake narrative, then they would get murdered and crucified for the Karen Kardashian fight.
Yeah, but there was a real offer. There was a real offer. It wasn't fake. There was a real offer. I don't know if
I understand that, but I think that the Norman's people knew that. I'm speculating. You know, like the way they're both playing their hand. Right, I'm a poker player. I love playing.
Oh, you got to. I mean, it is. I mean, boxing is chess. You got to have your next move planned already. You know, sometimes before the next move that you're already gonna, which is the Norman fight in that. But we had this one already in the bag. But if this fight doesn't happen well, then we're gonna bring this night to the forward and make the move.
But my overall argument is that Eddie Hearn needed a smokescreen in order to sell a Kardashian fight to the zone and the subscribers.
But there's no way to sell that fight.
That's my point. They could justify it by saying they tried to negotiate with Norman. That's what I'm saying.
But why didn't they accept it? You know what I mean? Like, I understand that part if it was just bullshit. But there was an offer. Here's 1.7. Like
Norman says it wasn't. It wasn't to their liking. That Norman basically was holding them over the barrel, knowing that they needed him, right? That they can't sell that Kardashian fight, so they need us. So he just put a premium on it.
But you're not making no money now.
Well, Norman doesn't care. He doesn't care either way. He gets to protect his zero.
It's like they're not gonna get the Teal fight because Teal's not out of the way. Like, they didn't have a plan B. What's your plan B?
Yeah.
Teal's not in the game right now. He might not fight for the rest of the year.
I know, that's sad, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Boxing sometimes, man, these guys they overplay their hand, right? There's playing your hand perfectly. Like I don't know who would be a good example of playing their hand perfectly, but a lot of times they overplay their hand.
Monster Inoue is playing it perfectly. Bam Rodriguez is playing it perfectly.
Well, Inouye's selling. He was able. Look, man. Here's the way it works. When you take a big fight, or you do some big fights, then you can take a tune-up or two. You know, it's kind of justified. So that's what Inoue did with the Donnie fight. It's kind of like a gimme fight, like Canelo.
They're playing it right. They're playing it right.
Fighting in December, and it's like he knows that. Like, hey, man, I can give you a gimme fight if I'm fighting in December. Japan is a novelty. I can sell that. You know, so a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. You know, just how you play the media game, how you play the narrative, right? We're always talking about narratives and who's controlling the narrative.
Who's really not playing it right? The Benevidez family, bro. They really fucking up that dude's fucking. His name is. He's going on the same path as Haney here in a second, bro. Like, what the fuck are they doing over there?
They don't know what they're doing. That's my opinion. If they look. If Benavidez, here's what it is to me. If Benavidez is getting paid good by Al Haymon and PBC to fight Jesse Hart, then who are we to talk shit about it?
But that fight is not even on the table.
Well, I mean, that's what Benevidez said, but then are you talking about because Hart said that it's not?
Yeah, he's like, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, and you know what that to me is, and it's again speculation. I think that's Hart saying, "Oh, see, I got you now. You need me now, so I want more money."
Hey, I hope he plays his card right. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah. If I'm Norman, I'm like, oh shit, they were trying to play me. They're gonna send me a low offer for Benavidez, right?
But why ask that guy who hasn't fought in like 2 years, bro?
Because you know why they don't want to risk the bag. The Canelo, did you see Berlanga blinged up? That motherfucker had at least $1 million worth of jewelry on his neck at that fight.
Yeah, unless he got it from Wish, but yeah.
That shit was ridiculous. And something crazy. I actually, did you get? I know you seen this HLD. You was hyped, huh?
What?
Me.
Hyped of what, bro?
Yeah, go Berlanga.
Man, look, the only thing I hang my head on high with Berlanga is that I was not embarrassed, bro.
Damn, I didn't upload it. It's him. He's celebrating, and Tank Davis was talking shit like, "Oh, you celebrating a loss?"
Yeah, that was funny as fuck, bro.
Yeah, but he was at the top rank fight last night, and I'm thinking maybe, and he was sitting right next to Bob. What if he was there to talk about? I'm pretty sure he was there for Xander, right? For Burico Bros.
Yeah.
But what if he was also talking to Bob about Munguia? Now that to me would be lit. Munguia Berlanga.
I want that fight. I want that fight. I want that fight. You know, that's a good fight for Cinco de Mayo, man. I think it's a great fight for Cinco de Mayo. Or it could be a good fight for the Puerto Rican Day Parade in June, you know what I mean? In New York.
That would make more sense because depending on which way Canelo goes for May 5th, whether he goes Crawford or he goes Bivol, depending on...
I got Canelo going to 175, man.
And going for undisputed at Bivol?
Yep. Or better beef.
Well, Better Beef said he didn't. He's not even interested in Canelo. I don't know why he said that, but
yeah. But here's 10 million, I am going to kill you.
But Canelo said he only wants Bivol. But Canelo also said that too. That he's only interested in getting his get back against Bivol.
Canelo's running out of options. The reality is he's running out of options. And I do know he is into the legacy thing. I don't care what anybody says.
Sobers believes that Crawford.
Yeah, bro. I don't know so much how he's running out of options. His last pay-per-view did pretty well, and no one thought Berlanga was anybody, right?
He did maybe 400,000.
It's been reported on multiple sources, dude. Real sources that did 650K.
No, man. Those are not real sources.
Do you need a link to the article?
You know Jedi on Twitter?
Do you
know Jedi?
I know the Jedi on Twitter.
Do you know Jedi on Twitter?
The Jedi on Twitter.
Well, that's my point. So everybody else that you probably mentioned is hoopla.
So what about the Sports Journal?
Again, Jedi is the guy that you can rely on. And when it comes to
you want to listen to a guy named Jedi.
That's what he goes by.
And not this website called the Sports Journal.
No website. On it. This guy always puts up the receipts.
So who's Jedi?
He's the guy who's involved in the business.
The Sports Business Journal isn't a good enough source for you, but the Jedi on Twitter is.
No. This guy, because this is what this guy does. This is his full-time thing.
He counts the pay-per-view.
He has the inside connections from gates, receipts, comps, all that. That's what he does.
Does he have a pro? Okay, so drop a link to that, bro, because I don't believe a dude on Twitter, bro.
I don't need you to, but I tell you that I know more people in this business than you do, and I'm telling you that is a reliable source.
I know BDA, bro. I think he's a more reliable source about boxing.
I respect BDA, but I don't know if he's involved in the business of knowing these numbers.
I got a lot of fingers and a lot of pies. Let's just put it that way.
I'm saying he has to know more than a Jedi, bro. Because, bro, do you hear how you sound?
His name is Jedi. I don't care how I sound, my
boy Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Jedi. His name is Jedi Goodman. Jedi Goodman. You could go follow him on Twitter. He's got about 41,000 followers.
Oh shit!
And this is the man when you want to find out.
I'm impressed. Wait,
when you want to find. My man, your thing is to troll, but you're sounding stupid because you can't tell me the source of who got that number from where.
I just told you Sports Business Journal,
from
bro.
From where? 10 days, a week before after the fight finished. After the fight finished, immediately they're coming out with it. These are the same people. Those are the same. These are the same people who do the Tank Davis numbers. These are the same people. These are the same people who do the Tank Davis. Why you butthurt that Canelo did 400,000?
I'm not.
Well, you seem like it.
No, you're the one raising your voice, bro. I'll share it.
I will raise my voice. It has nothing to do with what you're saying.
Well, that shows that you're getting butthurt, right?
No, what it's showing is it ain't a the troll talk. You're a moron. You probably got a GED, bro. What's your education, my man? Let's see what is your education, my man.
Let's say the Jedi says 400, right? Let's see what Google says.
He said what Google says. Enough said, my man.
Okay,
Enough said. Hey, go to Wikipedia while you're at it. I just changed something on there for you.
Okay.
Well. No. Look. Okay. So look. That's one source.
That's not a source, man. That's just a report. Do you understand what a source is?
Source. It's in the title.
It's in. I got. Hey, man.
I would take this a little more serious than.
I got sauces too. Of course, because you don't even know who he is. You don't know who Jedi Goodman is.
You're reading that? You got that on the screen? Right?
Yeah, it's up.
Canelo Alvarez's fight Saturday drew a gate of 17 million and about 650 pay-per-view unit sales. A source says. Look, another source. Look, a source. That's the word you wanted to hear, right? Source said.
No. There's no source to that.
So that's two, right?
There's no source to that.
That's two.
There's no source to that.
Two, right?
Where's the source?
It's Jedi Goodman. So this article is lying.
It didn't do no 600,000.
This article. So you're saying this article is lying then?
Absolutely.
The Sports Business Journals they're lying. Okay.
Yes.
And Google's lying.
Yes.
Okay. And the Boxing Social is also lying. Wait.
Yes.
And the Boxing Social is lying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so everyone's lying except Jedi Goodman.
Jedi Goodman is not out there trying to put the numbers immediately. What is the date on those sources? What is the date? What is the date on that? What is the date? Just say what's the date on it? 2 days after the fight?
It says September
20th. That's a week. That's 6 days.
6 days. And you think the numbers were out by then?
Usually it's about a week, isn't it? The following week.
It takes 10 days.
It takes 10 days. Okay. So MSN.com is also wrong.
Yo, man, just like MSNBC is full of bullshit. CNN is full of bullshit. Fox News is full of bullshit.
Except your pal, okay. Daily Mail is also liar. Is also lying, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so look, just so we're clear, bro. How many? You asked me for sources, right, Frank?
I'm talking about between 400 and 450.
No. Hold on. Wait. Just so we're clear, you asked for sources, bro. I brought up website after website, article after article. These are all sources, bro.
Yo, man, that's no different than anybody on the YouTube, man. Do you think any of these guys?
Bro, here they go.
Those are not sources, bro. They're not reporting sources.
All lying, so everybody's lying.
Because nobody's gonna have the numbers. Nobody's gonna have numbers within a few days, bro.
I'm not pulling up Twitter accounts.
Then don't do it. I'm not asking you to, but you're not convincing me otherwise. Canelo did not sell 600,000. Yo, when all the Puerto Ricans were in New York outside in the street watching the fight on a truck, on a food truck, did you see how everybody in New York was watching the fight? They were watching it for free.
Hey, bro.
They were watching the fight for free on a truck.
It seems like your butthurt Canelo sold 650, bro.
Bro, he didn't sell 650 for this fight that nobody asked for.
Put a poll in the chat, Frank.
Yeah, I don't know.
The poll does that?
Put a poll in the chat, bro. Let's see who seems more believable, bro. I mean, I don't know. I'm waiting for you to share your screen and show us the Jedi Good man or whatever. Your homeboy Obi-Wan Kenobi. Master Yoda with the numbers, bro. Pull up his shit.
So you think all that troll talk makes you certain of what you're saying? You're stupid, bro.
I'm producing evidence.
You're not producing no evidence, bro.
The only thing you have done is raise your voice.
And eating you up on it.
And now now you're stuttering. So you don't sound very confident anymore.
Oh, I don't sound confident because my man is sucking Canelo's dick. He got the Berlanga fight sold 650,000. You're sucking Canelo's dick so hard that you're crying about it.
I'm not crying, bro.
Because he sold 450,000 pay-per-views.
And I produced them. Can you
produce that? What is that producing? What are you producing?
I guess nothing. I guess nothing.
You're not. There's nothing that confirming anything. That's just somebody saying this is what we think.
Bro. Okay.
Bro, it is not. You have no idea what confirmation is.
Article after article of lies. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what this business is about.
You and Yoda know the truth, right?
Hey, I know that. I know Jed. I think
on Twitter. You got the numbers, right?
I do very well much trust Jed. I do over any other. Look, who's the reporter on that? Who's the reporter on that? Who's the reporter on that? Who's the reporter on that, bro? Who's the reporter? Who's the reporter on that? Who's the reporter on that?
What are you talking about?
Oh, exactly that. Who's the reporter of this fucking thing you're showing us? What's his name?
Website after
no, I didn't say website. I said, who is the reporter?
Sudeep Sina. There you go, Sudeep Sina.
Who is that guy?
Sudeep Sina.
Exactly. Who's that guy?
Who the fuck is Jedi? Shut the fuck, bro. Are you serious, dude?
Yeah. No. Are you serious?
Are you asking?
You've never even heard of this guy before that, have you?
Sportskita.com.
You've never heard of that guy before that?
I don't need to hear him. I don't even know who the fuck that guy is, bro.
Yeah, go to Google, man. Google's your teacher.
Google's your friend, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Google it.
Anyway. Hey, bro, wait. Pump the brakes. Your homeboy is Jedi Goodman?
Yes.
Is that not his name? Look at the screen. Silence.
What about the screen? What are you showing me?
Look at the screen, bro. And don't raise your voice to me no more.
What does he say? What does he say there? And what date is that?
Look at the screen, bro, and don't raise your voice to me no more.
Go to September 27th. Go to September 27th.
Don't raise your voice ever again, bro.
No, my man.
You ever raise your voice in here ever again, bro?
My man. Look what he's saying right there. Who's he reporting it by? He's saying that SBJ is reporting. Now go to what he's reporting September 27th.
Oh my God, bro.
Go to September 27th on his Twitter. He's not confirming. He's just saying this is what SBJ is reporting. Go to what he's reporting September 27th on his Twitter.
I think we're done here.
Oh, what is it about?
I think we're done here, bro.
No, we're not done at all. Is that how you confirm shit? Yo, is that how you confirm shit?
Oh, bro.
You're a moron, bro. You are a moron. It says FBJ reporting.
He had a pump brakes. He had a pump brakes.
There's no pumping of any brakes, bro. You're still stupid. And then how about you learn how to read it? What does it say? About. It says about, does it not?
Oh, God.
Yo, you sound like that true media guy laughing by yourself, bro.
Oh, hey, bro. A lot of us are laughing, bro. Everybody's laughing.
You're a buffoon, bro.
They're just being polite. They're laughing on you, bro. Everybody's being polite.
You're a buffoon, my man. You're a buffoon. God bless you. That's the way you confirm shit, bro.
Dude, it's funny as fuck, bro. Oh, shit.
You won't pull up the September 27th Twitter of his, right? You wouldn't. Pathetic. Canelo did not sell 650, but knock your socks off if that's what you thought.
Now what Jedi Goodman says, now Jedi Goodman's a liar.
He's not. He's the same. You don't even know how to read. Look what you're reading, bro. You don't even know how to read. Do you even know how to read? It's showing how dumb you are, bro. It's really showing how dumb you are.
Yeah, it is sad.
Yeah, it is sad.
That was crazy. All right, Frank, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt your live, bro.
Nothing to interrupt, my man. You sound stupid as fuck. My man is done. That Canelo did sell 650. It has to be. Fuck out of here. Nobody bought that fight like you thought, bro.
All right, whatever, bro.
Well, you didn't buy the fight.
See, now it's your word. Now it's your word against everyone else's. It's
your word against everyone else's, bro.
It's literally every. It's your word against your own, man. It's your word against your own.
I'm good. And as you saw, and as you saw, what that report showed that who are they reporting it by from on a third party? Because that's what he did. He reported that a reporter reported that someone else reported. That's how you sourced it. So that page reported another guy who reported for him another guy.
What's your homeboy's name again with the real numbers?
It's right there.
So what's his name? Jedi Goodman, right?
Yeah. Go to his September 27th, whatever.
Okay. But yeah, like the chat's saying, it's not that deep, bro.
Well, it's not, but you're over here dying. That's kind of
for sources, bro, and I gave you that.
That's not a source. Who's SBJ? On top of that, we don't even know who SBJ
Goodman,
is.
Right? I mean, who's Jedi Goodman, right?
Look up his sources, what he does. Anyway.
Yeah, somebody posted 750K, there's 650, and then the 400.
I mean, Ryan Garcia did 1.5 with Haney, remember?
The most I heard people say was.
Did Jedi Goodman say that?
That's the most what I heard. But.
And they didn't even get paid, so who knows how much they really did.
Did Jedi Goodman say that, though? I don't believe it if Jedi Goodman did.
No, I bet any of those sources that you did probably printed that.
I don't believe it if Jedi Goodman didn't say it, bro.
I don't need you to believe it. You go ahead and believe it. Canelo sold 1.5 versus Berlanga if all you want, bro.
Oh, I mean, no one said that number, bro. Okay.
Whatever you think Canelo did, whatever your papi do, so you think he sold, go right, knock yourself off.
I don't know. Nobody bought that fight. Successful, bro. I don't know why you're hating on a successful.
Why is it successful? 400,000 is unsuccessful. I don't know why you're hating on an undefeated versus an 18-1 fighter, bro. How is that hating?
I don't know why you're hating on an undefeated at 168 successful Mexican man. Why are you hating on him, bro?
Because he's Mexican, bro.
Oh, now we got to the bottom of it, bro.
Yes, man, it's because he's Mexican.
HLD, what's your race and ethnicity, bro? I better guess.
Go ahead and guess it, bro.
No, you tell me, bro.
So go ahead and guess it. Did you see how everybody was watching that fight in New York? Nobody bought this fight. Nobody asked for this fight. That they sold 400,000, 450. That's great. Those are great numbers, and still bring in some cash.
But your boy Jedi said it sold 650.
No, he reported someone else saying that they said it was 650.
So damn, so he's not even that reliable then, bro. If he just reported,
not on the week after the fight.
Wait, hold on. Now you're even questioning your homeboy's fucking
Yes, I'm good, bro. You're not doing anything but just posting someone else on a week later, bro.
Somebody else's number. That's kind of grimy, bro. Because you were rah for him a minute ago.
I am, and I still am.
Now you're like, he's just reporting somebody else's numbers. Like, all right.
Well, he is reporting like there's someone else's numbers.
All right. Bro, you're comedy, dude.
Bro, the fact is that you are one. So you're one of these Canelo suck his dick hard all day.
I didn't say.
Is that what you are, bro?
I don't know
you are a Canelo. I suck his dick. He does no wrong, bro. The guy is a great fighter.
I don't know what
that is,
bro. I don't know.
Well, that's what it is, man. You know what's going on in your head. You're Canelo fanboy, bro. You are a ride and die. You're such a ride and die. You kind of like that girl on Twitter, man. who goes crazy for him. Anybody says anything, he just goes at him.
Bro, I don't hang out on Twitter, bro. I know you love Twitter, though. Obviously,
Yeah,
that's
man,
all you talk about.
Hey, it's more reliable than any of these other places you're on.
Yeah, no, I've heard different things. I heard 650. I heard that too. That's pretty much what I heard the most, but I don't know about the other numbers. But you know, I don't know. People say different things, man.
Yeah, I mean, bro, nothing. My bad. I cut you off, Rick.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I let you know. Hey, man, everybody has what they need to say. I'm not here.
I would just like to say you can HOD these nuts.
Nah, but hey, that's what I hear. People, you go anywhere and they're gonna argue about the numbers.
Who am I talking to on this shit right now? Who's this fool? Who's this fool?
BDA boxing.
Yeah, all right.
So,
Speaking of BDA boxing, I'm surprised we've been on for 3 hours. Usually Frank cuts this one short, like one and a half. Then without warnings, like, all right, we gotta go, guys. So like, well,
no, I usually do, man,
in the middle of a middle of a sentence. All right, guys, that's it.
Yeah, there was no boxing tonight. So I said, well, fuck it, why not? Let you guys get drunk, talk shit.
I like it. Hey, wait, who's drunk here? Hold on.
I should be drunk, but shit, man, I can't read the chat, listen, and try to put stuff up while being drunk.
See, people don't know how hard it is. People think it's just, you just turn the stream on and that's it. That's what some people do. They turn the stream on, they leave, they go for the groceries, blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, you got to stay on top of this shit. You got to look at the chat. You got to interact with people. Pay attention to what the panelists are saying.
Exactly. I like to highlight the chat too, because they're commenting on you guys and they're commenting on me, and they're always trying to body bag BDA. They always like go after BDA, man. I don't know why.
Well, they try to body bag me. That doesn't mean they actually do body bag me.
When do they go on his panel to do that?
They really
I've never seen them.
Man, I mean, I think there was like an hour of just Alonso talk. I don't know.
BDA acts like a diplomat, bro. He knows how to. I've seen him on his channel. He knows how to. He has like 5-6 people all at the same time and shit. Yeah.
Real boxing. That's boxing talk.
I am a diplomat. What are you talking about, Frank?
Yeah,
I am a dignitary and dignity. Emphasis on the dignity. Let me tell you.
Well, they think that if you talk shit or you let people talk shit, then you're a troll. You're like a troll channel. I guess that's what Alonso was saying at one time. But he's cool now. But yeah. Like if you don't. You gotta let people talk and argue, right? Like I'm not gonna censor and say who's wrong, who's right. That's what we do is argue, talk shit.
You're not trying to take our freedom of speech away, man.
Well, I mean, obviously, I have to do terms of service and guidelines. You can't be dropping RDRs and being homophobic and slandering. Everything's allegedly, but hey. If we're gonna beef and argue, then well,
yes, you just get the thing right.
Everyone should be fair game, but that's the thing. I hate when some of these podcasts come out and they go, "Well, we're free smoke," and then they let one group or whatever be the punching bag, but they don't allow another group to be the punching bag as well. It should be anything goes, man. I mean,
it becomes tribal. I mean, it's what it is. It's very tribal.
But I acknowledge I'm a Canelo homer. No, I mean I'm not gonna suck his dick but I'm a Canelo homer. Look, it is what it is, man. But, I mean, I let people on that don't like Canelo or whoever you don't like to whoever. It's not. I like I'm not here to tell you who's wrong and who's right.
Well, I'll say this, man. I remember I've said this before with Ryan Garcia. I didn't think he was the real deal. I used to make fun of him when he was on the come up, especially when he's struggling as Carlos Morales. I was like, this dude. And then I started hearing the stories about him wanting to get paid up front so that even if the fight gets canceled, he still gets paid and stuff like that. I said, who is it? And then he started haggling over money with Golden Boy. But then he started turning it around. He started fighting more aggressively, no longer relying on his reach and speed to just stay away. He's actually started pressuring and cutting the ring off and making the right moves. And I said, you know what? This kid's got my respect now. Then all of that changed afterwards again. But what I'm saying is it's like I don't root for a guy because I like his character or his personality. I root for them for what they do. If you're fighting the best and you're doing it in an entertaining fashion, fuck, that's the best I can ask for. And if you stop doing that, then I stop being a fan of yours. Simple as that.
So you're saying that he was taking up money up front? before even the fight.
Supposedly, that's what Steve Kim said. That I think it was in 2018 or 2019. He was asking for, I don't know if it was upfront, but that even if the fight would fall through, he would still get paid. I don't know if that was gonna. If yeah,
that sounds basically what I was saying about Haney. That he's taking money, to act and live this whatever lifestyle that he think he has, and now that money is not coming in, and does he owe that money now? You know what I mean? So that I really believe that there's there's gonna have even Berlanga. I wouldn't be surprised if Fat Joe fronted him some money, and now you gotta win, motherfucker. You gotta come and catch that in. You owe me $5 million.
But to be fair, BDA, but I don't make it a secret that there's fighters I don't like. I never liked Devin Haney. Never. Even before this YouTube shit, I seen him and I didn't like him. I was like, God, his style it sucks. And when I see Shakir, it sucks. And then they say, oh, you don't like black fighters. Like, goddamn right. I'm saying that now. No. But I don't make it a secret that I don't like certain fighters, and it's because they're boring. And then on top of that, they say those things that like Shakir, I go for the bag man or Devin Haney. I'll never lose to a white boy. So what choice do they leave me?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think people should be allowed to dislike or even hate. Although I do think hate is a strong, people usually, and that's the other thing, that the word hate has gotten diluted, because if you criticize somebody, that's hate for them. And I'm thinking, no, hate is when you reserve that for someone that's really done something awful. You know what I mean? Somebody that deserves that somebody that you would actually come close to wishing harm upon because they're such a lousy human being. But I dislike fighters. There's no fighter out there. Well, maybe there has to be someone that I really hate.
I don't like Berlanga, bro. I don't like that motherfucker. And he's my brother, but don't mean I fucking like him. I can't stand a lot of the shit he says, man.
I knew you were fucking Puerto Rican, bro.
Bro, it's nothing of denial. You should have known that.
You were hating ass Puerto Rican the whole time, bro.
But
you probably think Cotto beat Canelo, right?
What? Anyway, so disliking. I usually didn't have an affinity against Haney at the very early on, but getting to know where he's come from, all the battles I've had with Bill Haney himself, and a lot of the shit he says, it makes you kind of dislike the way they move. And in the past year, it's just gotten way out of hand the way they act. So it's hard to like them. It's hard then to like the style of fighting either. So, but do I hate them? No. I just wish they didn't play the game of trying to be something that they're not. I don't think there's really nothing wrong. Like I said before, there's nothing wrong for Haney to just be who he is. Hey, I'm a kid from the suburbs, clean cut. I don't get into problems. You know what I mean? And he works. I'm not gonna say he doesn't. He does work hard. He's a dedicated fighter. But all the other antics that they go by makes you dislike them. Ain't no way around it.
Well, think about a guy like Earl Spence, right? Like, I didn't really hate him, and I didn't really not like him. He was okay, but it's like he has the way he talked, I barely understand him. And then he's like doing drugs, and the way he talks, I think Silver does a better impression. Hey man, yeah, about cowboy thing,
it's like the Charlo brothers. It's like the Charlo brothers. I mean, they had a niche where they could have done something really good with what they had, and they fucked it all up. I mean, they had a niche very early on, which they could have made something good. I mean, make a good name out of it. But all this crazy shit they did, who the fuck likes them?
I'll give you a perfect example. I actually liked Deontay Wilder. This is because before I even knew YouTube boxing exists or social media. I liked Deontay. I was like, damn, he knocks motherfuckers out, right? I wasn't looking at it all nerdish and like, well, he doesn't have a jab. I was just like, he's a big ass motherfucker that knocks people out. I want to watch that shit. But once I'd seen all the YouTube and Glovegate, I was like, man, fuck these motherfuckers. What they're trying to do.
Wait, he took you all the way up to Glovegate to start disliking the guy?
Well, I didn't. It wasn't on some nerd shit. It was just on like I like how he.
And by the way, you call him Deontay. It's 19. Now we know where you stand with Deontay Wilder, Frank.
What is it?
You call him Deontay. You call him Tay.
He calls him Big D.
Hey, whoa! But go ahead.
Well, actually, with Deontay Wilder, it started in, I forget what the year, but remember when he accosted Dominic Brazil's wife, him and his entourage at a fight, and then they switched it up and said, no, he wasn't there. It was Deontay Wilder's brother who started the whole thing. And then he said he wanted to kill somebody in the ring. He said it repeatedly, twerking, allegedly choking out a hooker in a motel. Which, by the way, I didn't really find. I mean, who hasn't done that? You know, you find yourself in that dangerous situation, you gotta choke a hooker out. But all of that added up, and it started to keep. And then, like you said, then Glovegate came along, and him just, and he made it racial on top of that, which is never good. I mean, he was saying that America turned his whatever. I don't know. Shakur Stevenson, I actually liked the guy. When I first heard of Shakur Stevenson, in the big time was when they were showing the sparring session he had with Haney. I want to say 2016, 2017. I forget when that video came out. I actually liked the guy because he looked like a nice kid. And I said, Haney's the guy that's the trash talker. And then it turns out that Shakur Stevenson's the guy that, going around, roaming the streets with his gang, assaulting people. That's when I said,
being in shootouts. Well, allegedly. He wasn't in a shootout.
Allegedly,
Yeah. Got his head knocked off.
No, he could have got his head blown off, that's for sure.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They want to be in the street cred thing, start a rap label like Floyd Mayweather did. But it's almost like that, right? There was Floyd Mayweather in the hip hop crowd, and there was Manny Pacquiao, and Manny was just a good guy. And I think you couldn't hate Manny Pacquiao. And then when Floyd went on his rant, it just made you really not like Floyd Money Mayweather.
But even Pacquiao got himself in hot water. Remember when he said
his
homosexuals?
whole rant?
Yeah. He got in. Like Jimmy Kimmel turned his back on him, and all those.
He really said something.
Well, he didn't say nothing wrong, in my opinion. I don't know what they're talking about.
No. But without saying it, but he did say like they should be basically whacked out in the street or something like that. He didn't hold back.
It's YouTube. We gotta be careful on YouTube. We gotta be careful on YouTube.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I approve his message.
Let's just say he wouldn't be a fan of Tank Davis. He wouldn't be a fan of what Tank Davis does to the ring.
No, I didn't really catch what he said, man. What you're talking about, but it was really really strongly derogatory towards that community.
I think so, yeah, because you got to remember Pacquiao as a deeply religious. I think he's to the point of near fundamentalist. So he said something. I forget exactly. Don't ask me. I mean, I don't know what he said. And even I think if I remember correctly, I wouldn't be able to say that on YouTube. You never know. But yeah, essentially he said something about them going to a certain place where they're gonna it's not cold. Let's just put it that way. Mm-hmm. That's where they're going. So he said something along those lines that it was immoral, and boy, oh boy, did. But even then, he didn't take that big a hit, which is interesting because again, people go. I remember when Garcia beat Haney, and people said, "Oh, he went to Trump's house," and people were saying if Haney would have won, you bet he wouldn't have been at Trump's house, meaning he wouldn't have been invited. But I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, Haney's not dropping people and doing it in entertaining fashion like Ryan Garcia. So again, people are quick to jump on the one thing and make correlations. We're actually looking at the context, and I think that's the same thing with when people get criticism for something, you got to look at the context sometimes, but sometimes it's well deserved.
Definitely, and that's another thing missing from boxing is that during those years with Pacquiao and Mayweather, a lot of celebrities used to be at the fights. Like you would see Derek Jeter and
ain't nobody coming to these fights, bro.
Brad Pitt would be at fights, and it's like that's when. And I'm gonna end it on this note. So sorry, BDA, you can keep it going though. I'll come back and check on you guys. Make sure you guys don't.
It's midnight over here, man.
I really appreciate it, man. But I'm gonna just end it on that note, man. Is all these celebrities used to go to the fights. It used to be a really big deal, and we were talking about a future face of boxing. It's like, who does Tank Davis had his fights? Like Chief Keef or something like that. Like maybe Eminem. I mean, he's the last guy I remember, but.
Munguia could be the next guy to take over those spots of those dates.
Munguia's gonna have
he has an opportunity.
Angelina Jolie at his fights.
Oh, you never know, man. Well, actually, she's not that. Yeah, she's lost it.
Well, okay, I don't know who the new Angela Jolie is.
There's a white girl with the big tits. What's her name?
Oh yeah, no. Damn,
that's all of Hollywood.
Is it Sweeney or something like that? Her last
yeah. Sweeney, Sweeney, that thing, yeah.
Yep. I guess she's the in girl now.
Oh yeah.
The new.
I want to put something in, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I think we all do. But,
forcefully, against her will, by the way. No, what I'm
Any
saying.
last
Kidding.
money?
Oh shit!
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Any last money shots? As BBA likes to say.
I never say that. What are you talking about? You're creating fake news over here, man.
Ah, man, I gotta just shake it up, shake it.
Well, it was a good show, Frank. Oh, that's
Yeah,
how
thank
all
you,
I'll
man.
say.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, there's no boxing tonight, right? So it's like fuck it, like no boxing. Might as well do something and talk shit. I mean, I'm just talking shit about Devin Haney and David Benavidez, but I'm still gonna watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still gonna watch and I'm gonna talk about it. And I want to see Devin Haney fight again. Do you guys? Let's end it there then. Do you guys want to see Devin Haney again?
No, but I would love to see the cameras in the courtroom when they're doing this lawsuit. I wish that there was a law that permits that in New York, because I can imagine them showing like videos of Bill saying, "I'm going to send my son to go in and kill him," but we're here talking about battery. You know what I mean? So I would love to see the judge's face and see some of the shit that's going to come out just to see how they react.
Yeah. How about who's next? Who want to go?
Where did Haney punch you? I mean, where did Garcia punch you? And with a doll, you got that point where he punched you.
Well, you see the thumbnail, the person who put it, he's pointing the finger. He assaulted me with the left hook.
Why does he look like he's 7 years? Why does Haney look like he's 70?
Yo, let me read the quote, because that guy did a good meme on that one. I reposted it, but he said something about yes, that's him, Your Honor. He's the one who battered me.
Yeah,
I'm like, what the?
With the left hook. He hit me with the left hook over.
This is what the guy quoted on that picture. He goes, he kept hitting me with the left hook, Your Honor. But he's traumatized. But yeah, that's gonna be funny. Watch how that goes through. We'll see.
So, BDA, you want to see Haney again?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm just curious to see what he's got left, or if indeed the beating he took something out of him, because that's what he's saying in court, right?
No, I think he's saying he lost because Ryan cheated. But my whole thing is, I don't know how the court system works, but that's essentially saying that I lost because Ryan cheated, not that. So you have to prove that you beat him. If he hadn't cheated, you would have beat him.
Yeah, exactly. How and how do you prove? Like, also the other thing is, if he's gonna sue him for damages, meaning I can't make the same amount of money I used to before because you ruined my image. Well, now he has to come in and prove how many pay-per-views he was doing beforehand, which I don't think he even knows. Remember when they asked him, Ariel Hawani asked him, well, how many pay-per-views has the Pro Fight done so far? And he goes, and he does the shifty eye, side to side with the eyes. Like he knows that pay-per-view tank. So how's he gonna go in there and tell the court, Your Honor, I used to do 100,000 pay-per-view buys, and now I can only do 90,000. Come on, man, help me out, Your Honor.
No, Progress on the record saying that they didn't get any back end because it didn't sell.
Jeez, Luis. Well,
we interviewed him and he basically told us that he didn't make no money on the back end. It didn't sell. It is what it is.
And
so he just got 1.5.
You want to see Haney again?
If he's serious about that lawsuit and he really takes Ryan Garcia to court, I really don't want to see him fight again. That's some weird little bitch shit. If he were to fight Ryan Garcia, I'll watch that. But you're really suing this dude because he whooped your ass, and you expect someone to I won't even watch your fight for free, bro. Fuck. If that's what he's doing, bro, fuck him, bro. For real.
Basically, I don't think nobody's demanding him. Nobody's like, yeah, I want to see him. If he comes in, free fight, we'll watch it. But nobody's demanding it.
No, not even if it's free, bro.
Realistically,
I won't go out of my way, waste my time watching him, bro. That's some real bitch shit to do. It's weird as fuck.
Hands down. Realistically, who can he even beat? That's the other thing. Like in the boxing world, can he beat Tank Davis? Can he even beat Shakira? Maybe
my point is he's still suspended under the New York Athletic State Commission indefinitely. So are they hiding an injury? Did he really break his jaw? Is it cracked? Maybe what? Why is he still suspended? Indefinitely. It says indefinitely.
Devin Haney versus Rolly Romero. That's a
what are these names,
fight.
Man?
Come on.
Davina, Shakira, Frank just threw out these names so casually, man.
Hey, you got the picture of Davina? You got the picture of Davina?
I steal it all. Ritardo Romero. You like that one? Haney versus Ritardo Romero.
Hey Frank, but you got the picture of Davina?
Oh no! I'd seen a real sus one with him trying to imitate, look like a gangster in LA.
No, Davina, like really Davina with the long hair and all that.
Oh no!
Oh, I gotta send it to you, bro. They morphed them into Davina for real.
You know what? Look, man, this guy, the only way he'll ever get his get back, like he says, they get back in blood, man, is fighting Ryan again. That's it. End of the day, that's all he has, man. You cannot wipe that image from our minds. Like Theo Senior said, he's trying to. That's the image we have of him.
That's true, man. That's true.
Well, it's the image he has of himself, because that's what he's so that means you're admitting you lost. I mean, there's no that's I mean, what other way can it be? I mean, he's suing, so that means you got your ass beat.
And I'm gonna give him a break right here. In reality, I just thought this. I'm getting sentimental, but it's sad. It really is sad if you think about this guy as a career. It's his career. I mean, look, no matter how much we hate the next person, like my grandmother always told me, everybody has a right to life. You know, like a right to earn a living. You know, my dad always hammered that. Like, you know, the next man, no matter what you do, he still has to feed his family. And this is this guy's career. This is literally his career, and it's going out this bad, and he's ruined. So,
well, I'll say this: when he's trying to con the fans, you know, that's the game. Somebody conned him, and now he's got to live with it.
How much different would it have been for him? How much different would it have been for him that instead of going on ESPN, acting like a female, under domestic abuse and shit, he would have said, just come out and say, look, man, I want this rematch. I want to fuck him up in the ring. I want to clean this time, but I want to beat his ass.
You know what? You're right. I'm hearing you, but you're right, BDA. I'm gonna write that sentimental shit because he went on an Andre Ward podcast and it was super cringe, super like violin. You know, Ward's trying to throw him bones like, so Devin, you know how they was talking? You know what happened, Devin? Did you see it, BDA?
And I didn't see all of it. Like I said, somebody gave me the cliff notes a little bit, but I mean, on top of that, everything he was doing prior to that, and I mean, no, it's not for nothing, but he's saying twice that, you know, his father, and he's saying my son's gonna kill you. Now all of a sudden he wants us to cry for him. And again, there's always context, right? People will say, well, that was in the build-up to a fight, you know, but like, come on, there's hundreds of boxers out there. We have hundreds of boxing fights per year. How many guys actually go out there and say, I'm gonna kill this guy? It's, and you know, it's not many do it, and just because some have done it in the past doesn't make it right for this dude. So yeah, I mean, I'll have a little sympathy for him. He's a human being, but at the same time, he's still got a lot of money, as far as I know.
Okay.
I mean, how much sympathy do you want me to throw his way?
His psyche is out the door, man. I mean, these fighters really take that. I was hearing Zab Judah. We were talking on the podcast, and he was talking about his first loss and how it really fucked him up. He started doing some crazy wild shit for like 6 months straight. And it took an OG to have to pull him aside and tell him he had to get his shit together because he was losing it totally. Drink and all this shit, partying and all that, and just he couldn't deal with the loss. So I can imagine what, you know, this kid who had his whatever image that, whether it's real or not, but it was his image of how we felt he was.
When you said that, so is Davina hanging to be doing fishnets and fishnets with Russian hookers now? That's fucked up, man. I'm ending this show. That's you got
the Diddy tapes are coming out.
Oh man, holy moly! Well, hopefully Devin is a good person and goes out and just walks away quietly.
Did you see Oscar clap back Thursday, bro? You need to see it, bro. It needs to see the end how he's talking about Shane Mosley, bro. He said he looked like he was bathed in Diddy oil.
Oh, they're not friends anymore. I think they used to.
No, but you need to see this last week clap back Thursday. It was his best one. All the other was great, but this one was funny as fuck at the end. It really had everybody rolling. Should watch it. And anyway, well, I'm out, man. It was a good show, man.
Okay, yeah. Shane is going out bad. You know, did you ever see when he was wearing like fishnet and chaps?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
What, Shane Mosby too?
Yeah, he was wearing chaps and like a fishnet with some like young ass J-Lo looking chick. Like he dates really badass young matches.
Hey man, good for him. But so he was doing the same thing Oscar was doing on Fish Snacks.
I don't think he has pictures like that.
No, but it was
like
a shirt. It was a shirt that looked like it was transparent and it looked like it was made out of mesh or something.
Oh, one of those 1980 type of shirts from the punk rocks.
Real Night at the Roxbury-ish.
Yeah.
With his face looking like a catcher's mitt now, it just didn't work. It
come
didn't
on,
work,
man.
Jake.
Yeah, see, that's one dude that I do have sympathy for because of what he went through. He was always a nice dude, Shane Mosley. He never trash talked or anything. So I will.
He's a gentleman. He is a gentleman.
Yeah. I remember didn't Ricardo like smack Jin's ass, and then he had to like defend her honor.
Actually, he slapped the ass of that other chick that you were talking about.
Oh yeah, it was a Latina chick, right?
What? Yeah, she had it all going on.
She was like an actual Instagram model, or she was a model or something.
Was
somebody, one of these perverts in the chat would know. I know one of these guys, Blazy and Sard. They all know these names.
Yeah, but I think that smacking the ass with his. I think that was set up, bro. Because she literally bent right in front of him, bro. Like, like, bro, man. I'm like, what? How you gonna do? I mean, she did that. I think that was all part of the setup, man.
I remember people saying that they were trying to sell the fight.
Gonna have to smack your wife's ass. All right.
Oh wait. Was that for a rematch that was gonna be MMA or was that for the 2008? I don't. Yeah, because I don't remember. Yeah, I think they were gonna fight in MMA or something or have a rematch, right?
Gosh. Really? Oh, you're saying Mosley and Mayorga were gonna fight an MMA match?
I think so, man. Because I remember that was in 2011, and they actually fought. Their boxing fight was in 2008. Yeah, they fought some sort of a rematch, I think.
Yeah, no. And then somebody earlier said he's. I actually had it the thumbnail. He's fighting some exhibition match. Yeah, Shane is he's been on some podcasts and he talks kind of. He has like hair in his mouth. No, I know, man.
Yeah, man, that CT is real, man. That's a fact. All these fighters gonna go through it.
But he was a great fighter. I mean, he beat Fernando Vargas. He beat Mayorga. He beat he lost to Vernon Forrest. That was like today's Vernon Forrest and Mosley would have been today's I don't know, Norman and Ennis, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, Mosley was a real killer at 135. That's when he only went up. I think he only went up to 147 because he was chasing De La Hoya. That was a golden goose at the time. But he was at 135, man. That speed and power that he had, I don't know. He looked close to invincible at 135.
He did.
Oh, it was he called power boxing because he used to fight in the gyms in East LA.
Right.
His dad, Jack Mosley.
Yeah.
He was always at the fights. I always used to see him walking around.
It's interesting. Shane Mosley grew up in California, so he said he learned how to be aggressive because he had to spar all these Mexicans, kind of like Errol Spence. When Errol Spence said he went to a gym that was full of Mexicans, that's where he learned how to fight on the inside, go to the body. Same thing with Shane Mosley. But it's just Shane Mosley's style was made like he fought Antonio Diaz at welterweight. Antonio Diaz was a good pressure fighter, and Mosley just chopped him up because he knew how to fight. He knew how to fight that style, and then on top of that, he had better speed and power. So these guys, what were they gonna do? They weren't gonna outwork him. They weren't gonna, unless they landed a lucky shot or something. Mosley had the advantage, so he was a very dangerous guy at 135.
Well, and you remember Mosley had like two careers because. What happened? He suffered something, and then like he was supposed to lose to Margarito, and then he ends up surprising everybody. I think people had Margarito. Margarito had just come off of Cotto, and then he had to fight Mosley, and Mosley was already older, and then he shocks the world, so to speak.
Exactly. Well, speaking of the Mayorga fight, yeah, because Mosley had looked bad in the Mayorga fight. He didn't look all that. Even though he stopped Mayorga, he looked bad for about 11 and a half rounds. So when he goes up against Margarito, who had just bludgeoned Cotto, everyone was like, well, Margarito's going to run through him. Margarito this, Margarito that. But like I said, Mosley was used to fighting that Mexican style. I mean, he was faster than Margarito. And on top of that, I think punch for punch, he hit harder than Margarito too. Margarito used to overwhelm guys with activity. So what the fuck was he going to do against Mosley, who was faster than him and hit harder? You know what I mean? So and Mosley knew how to tie up. something Cotto didn't do in the fight. So.
Mosley was definitely a special athlete of a fighter. He had a lot of, his speed, his reflexes. It was on it, very very similar athlete style, like Azab Judah was, as far as just being athletic, God-given gifts.
I want to say his first name was the Mongoose. I might be wrong. I thought his before Sugar Shane Mosley was like the Mongoose or something.
The Mongoose?
I don't know about that, man. It wouldn't surprise me.
I might be wrong. It might have.
He does fight like a mongoose. He fights like a badger. You know, it's like he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Let me look this up.
Yeah,
but you know it's. I tell you, I remember what I said. I'm old school, internet old school. I used to go to the message boards, and it was a big deal when the website that we used to go to, they would invite boxers in the live chat, and we could ask each person could ask him a question. So sometimes you had to wait a good 20 minutes before they got to you, if they got to you. So this guy in the chat goes, he's waiting for like 15 minutes to ask his question, and then he goes, "Hey Shane, how did it feel when Vernon Forrest hit you in the liver with that left hook to the body, and you squeal like a bleeding pig?" I'm thinking, what the fuck? The guy waited 15 minutes to ask that. They kicked him out immediately.
Hey, that's one of the most vicious shots that I did see. I mean, because Vernon was known for headbutting, and he headbutted him, and then he nearly bent him, crippled him. Watch the fight again. He took a massive headbutt just before that.
Yeah, but what he's referring to though is when he in the later rounds he hit Mosley with a vicious left hook to the body, and you hear Mosley go like he's throwing up or something. Like fuck, man. Usually people get hurt. These professionals, they can take it to the body. It hurts them. They go down, but they don't make a noise. This dude did make a noise, like he was throwing up or something.
Oh shit. Damn, yeah. No, we don't have it. The welterweight division is pretty much dead right now. And that's where all those guys,
absolutely dead.
The fight we were supposed to get, and I forgot what happened. It was we were gonna get Mosley and Trinidad. I don't know if it was Trinidad that blew it or Mosley that blew it. I think Winky Wright, was it Winky Wright? I know we were supposed to get it.
Yeah, Winky Wright blew the whole thing because he thought he upset the apple cart. But you know what? That's interesting thing. You mentioned Trinidad and all those dudes, and now the welterweight division being dead. When De La Hoya and Trinidad fought each other, they'd cleared out the welterweight division more or less. There were still a couple of loose ends, but for the most part, they'd fought everybody: Camacho, Whitaker, Chavez. Who else am I missing here? Like Corte. They were 26 years old when they fought each other.
26 undefeated.
And now look at these guys. They get, like Spence Crawford. We had to wait until one guy was a drunk at 33, and the other guy is, 35, no longer in his absolute prime.
Yeah, I mean, and 147 is always like a.
Now I got to settle for a guy who lasts 12 rounds.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got to be happy with that.
That's what earns him the fight, that he went the distance.
The little guys move up, and then the 147ers, it's usually, if they're big guys, then they go up to 160. They end up kind of try to make a run at 160. That's why a lot of the greatest fighters have been at welterweight, because that's like a glamour division. And now Mario Barrios is a champion.
Fuck Mario Barrios, man. He stole my girlfriend, bro.
He's fighting. Oh yeah.
Brandon Lee's, yeah, bro.
He's pregnant now too, right?
Yeah, bro.
Hey, no slant. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. Mario Barrios, Aztec Warrior.
I want to remember him like the way, got to remember her the way I last saw her.
Yeah, we're in those.
I'm starting to notice a pattern here, bro.
Man, I gotta run, man. I think my dinner just burnt. So
your microwave dinner just burnt? Jeez.
How'd you know, man? It's sparkling and everything.
Frank got a hungry man in the microwave.
Yeah, that little brownie is no longer edible. I gotta chew on it now.
You're supposed to remove the tin foil, man.
Yeah, man. What's
Actually, it's pot pie. I got pot pies. And pies.
You're basically Canadian.
Yeah, like a 6-year-old, right? Those curly little crisp fries. But all right, brothers, I really gotta go. Thank you for joining me. Don't be a stranger. Join again. And,
peace out, my man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Easy, guys.
Thank you, BDA. Thank you, HLD. Thank you, Never Sobers. BDA has a new video out. Go like, subscribe, follow HLD on Twitter, and Sobers covers the fights. So I'm gonna do my shots out. Quarterhead, J Rock, Sergeant. Who else? We got Alfredo, Mexican boxing #1. We went really long, strong. Pause. Hope you guys liked it. Vance, like, subscribe. Don't, tell people. Hawker, all the real ones. Omar E, Mars Boxeo. Who else, man? You guys were cooking. Alonzo was on today. Alfredo. Yeah, man. Dumarador, Mexican boxing #1. Yeah, man, a lot of good conversations. Cooking Devin Haney. I want to see him get roasted again, knocked out. Maybe they'll do it again one day. We decided the lawsuit was not a good look, and the Cookie Monster mismanaging, cloud chasing Morrell. Now he's fighting Jesse Hart. Guess what? I'm gonna watch. We're all junkies, and talking shit about the sport we like. All right, players, and salute Rachel down there for baddie of the day. Rachel gets her props, so we're gonna end on that note, and we're
If they call me a torta, a motherfucking beanie cheese taco, a #5 supersize, the motherfucking fries. I'ma wear what I want and look good too.
He's that bottle, hey, look at this bottle right here. Hey, don't even look at him, dog. That was on the scene. When we do the buenos dias, dispensa la tira coming hot like a wheeler. Working out every day cause it's mandatory. Got your bitch putting money in my comments.
Hey, baby. You got girlfriend? Well, baby, me so horny. Me so horny.